words to say because vitu zimepelekwa mbingine, sisi wenyewe hata tujapewa time ya kubreathe. Like venye umesema nini finance bill imerudi, nini watu wanaadaptiwa, ndio hiyo. Like these people hawana plan, like wanafanya vitu tu kiholela. I don't even know what to say. Mimi sijui nitasema nini because I'm worried about this country where we are headed, na si kitambo hivyo will turn out to be like these Africans wenye wanakimbianga huku kwa refugees. So I don't know. Mimi sijui. Haki.
Nakwambia, it's quite a situation from what you're saying.
It's bad. It's not like si kitu ati ya kusmile, si kitu pia ya kuassume. And for all those influencers wao wase wenye wana run X wakisema about about au wasitu wenye wanapewa say nini wasinyamaze, like let's continue speaking, let's continue saying stop this, stop Adani, stop everything, stop, because if we stop nini au say they will do anything they want, they will run this country the way they feel like, they will steal all that money the way they feel like. Let's not keep quiet, let's continue speaking, let's just speak out, let's comment, let's just do everything, because the moment we keep quiet, the moment we let these people run this country the way they feel like, manzi tutaenda up kwa kama South Sudan au wase hawana say kwa country yao. Dictatorship itakuwa sasa ingine ngori zaidi hata kuliko hizo countries zenye mnasema. The country will never be the same. So all I can say to Kenyans, msingie streets, kama mnaingia streets ni ongeeni tu, like msiache voice zenyu zisikike, because our say kama ni constitution, you can see our party constitution, kama ni judiciary yenye tulikuwa tunafikiria ita save, ndio hiyo hakuna kitu inafanya. Like Kenya right now, people kwa ground they are so mad, it doesn't matter whether these people are supporting you or not, ground yani ni kumoto in short. Na wase wanaasimu wameenda wakalipa wase 200 huko 300, so that watenda pale sijui KICC sijui kupigia wase makelele. Yani ground is just, it's crazy. But what I can tell Kenyans, tulieni tu hivyo, wait for 2027 and now take action. You see how Botswana wamefanya, like mse ameenda one term na ikabidi ametitu hiyo one term. So tungoje 2027, si mbali, ngojeni 2025 ifike, ni mwaka ingine moja au sisi tunawangoa, na si tafadhali. And when I say kuwangoa, wa Kenya wasikae hivi chini atu wasema ati huu ni mtu na wasiwadanganye, kani kuwangoa wangoe. Like these people need to go home by 2027 ikifika, they need to go home. You people should not forget about what our say wamefanya tuka go through all this long. We have lost our brothers and sisters out here. 2027 ikifika, these people gotta go. They got to leave, man. Hata sinego.
Thank you, SC, for that. Mito Mike. Ingekuwa ni time ingine hapo sasa tungekuwa tumekurarua mangumi mbaya sana. Una bahati. Una bahati kwamba we are moving to an era of dialogue and trying to listen to each other. You guys, this to kill me, man. Anyway, you're listening to Homeland with PP, ladies and gentlemen, of course, and we are here for a town hall meeting, trying to listen to Kenyans' views on whatever is happening in the country. With the president, of course, swearing in his deputy president, Professor Kindiki. Then speaking for the first time. And of course, there is a lot of things that are happening in the country, of course, and that is why we're having a town hall today. I want us to cover as many sectors as possible. So when you get the mic, kindly let's stick to that. And of course, don't repeat your points a lot. Let's get objective. Boni, how are you?
Mambo, how are you doing?
Poa sana. How are you doing since we last spoke?
I'm doing good, just traveling and busy, but thanks for the opportunity.
Karibu.
Yeah, so I mean, to me, this is a very depressing time to be Kenyan because, if you follow me for any amount of time, you know that I don't care much for anybody in this government. I don't care for Ruto, I don't care for the deputy. But in regarding Gachagua, you had someone who was serving as the voice of reason in this government. If we just go back to May, June, and you remember all the violence that was meted out to Kenyans, the only guy in this government that was there to tell the president, be measured, right? Be reasonable. Listen to Kenyans. It was Rigathi Gachagua, right? As corrupt as he was the voice of reason, right? So now we replace that guy and we put in the guy that was overseeing all that violence, Kindiki. You have a guy now who is there um, primarily because of the what's perceived to be loyalty to Ruto, but he has no mandate. This is not a guy who's gonna there are no Kenyans that are gonna support this guy for any reason, right? And so now imagine Kenyans are back on the streets 5 months from now, right? Dealing with the same issues because none of the issues that had Kenyans go to the streets were actually resolved, right? We still have chronic unemployment. The 18 to 34 age group has a 7% unemployment, right, which is disastrous. High cost of living, low trust in government, right? High taxation. All these issues have not been addressed. Not one of them was addressed. But Ruto believed that to fix those problems, all you have to do is cut a deal with Raila Odinga. So now Kenyans go back to the streets for 5 or 6 months from there. And what do you think is going to happen when Rigathi Gachagua is not there? When the guy that the president is listening to is a guy that oversaw all that violence that was meted out to us, right? It's a disaster that we are looking at. And so, I urge Kenyans not to give up. I mean, it's very depressing time to be Kenyan, but we can't give up. We cannot give up. This back and forth that we have in right now on these shows like yours is about the character of our nation. This is not typical politics. We are talking about the character of our nation. What do we want to be? Who are we and who do we want to be, right? And so the question is, are we going to allow the people that are doing this to us, which is a very small fraction of the population, 2% maybe, 1%. The beneficiaries of this system of government is 2% max, right? 98% of the Kenyan population does not benefit from this. You don't benefit from corruption. All these resources, as you follow me, you've seen that most of our Kenyan economic cake goes to the top 2% of the people. The people that are in government, their friends and criminal associates are the ones that are benefiting from this. We don't benefit from that, right? And the question that we are trying to answer is, how long are we going to allow this to continue? How long are we going to allow this to continue? If you have someone who graduated from university last year or the year before who's trying to find a job, they can't find a job because in our country, to get a job means that you have to know somebody, right? You have to know someone. Um, so we are losing a generation of people that are educated, talented, have experience, but they cannot find work because you need to know someone. And obviously, in a country where the average person makes 240,000 a year, how much do you have to bribe someone? It's already difficult to afford, living expenses. When do you get money to save to bribe someone to get the next job or to get a promotion, right? And so again, my message is to Kenyans is the back and forth that we're having right now, this discussion is around the character of our nation. Do not lose sight of that. And that's where you need to get involved because it's tough right now. But if we can resolve this question of who do we want to be, what kind of a country do we want to be? Do we want to be a country where the 2% of the population eats up virtually all resources and leaves everyone else struggling to afford life? Is that who we want to be? Or do we want to be a country where every child, regardless of where you're located, regardless of your economic background and your family background, you're given a decent shot in life to pursue whatever you want to be, right? Those are the two choices that we have. And so we have to get engaged. It's going to be very bitter and very tough and very sad. And, some of us are going to, go through a lot of tribulations from the government. Again, if you follow me, you've seen many of my friends have been arrested over the last week or 2 weeks for doing nothing but pointing out corruption and incompetence and wastage and all these things that are happening in our country. You just speak up and you get picked up. So it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be very difficult, but we have to we have to stay engaged. And we have to be determined um, because we can't let criminals and thieves dominate our society like this. Thank you for now.
Thank you for that submission, Boni. I see Lowo is here with us. How are you doing, Lowo?
Okay, thank you so much, Pipita, for allowing me to speak in this space today. I've always tried so much to join at least one space, but I've never gotten the chance. Thank you so much, first, for giving me this chance. I hope everyone is getting me clearly.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so everything that has happened is so sad that everything has happened the way that have happened. But what I want to urge Kenyans is not to back down. Everything has happened for a reason, and let's accept everything that has happened. And it should also teach us. These people are not planning, and they don't have any plans to get what we are speaking any sooner. These people are planning to sit on us, do everything that they are planning to do on us as we see. Kithure Kindiki is someone who personally I cannot support him being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya because this is the person who oversaw youths being killed. He gave the authority to the police to kill the youths. He's the one who has given the authority to people to be for people to be abducted up and down. And I think the reason that is giving me a chance to say that these people are not planning to get at any sooner is because I think Gachagua has had explained everything to us. This man, indeed, he was a truthful man because the things that he told us, we've seen them happening. It's not that I'm supporting him or I'm supporting the government, but to a point, Gachagua was a voice. This person told us he was being impeached because he was trying to defend Kenyans. The president was there telling him we should do this, but he was the only person who was there to say this one is not right for us. This Adani deal is not right for us. These things are not right for Kenyans. So that's why he's been impeached, and now he's not the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. What I want to urge Kenyans and the youths, let's not back down. Let's fight to the end. 2027 is a very good chance for us. Let us choose leaders wisely. Let us be wise. This government has told us and has shown us everything bad that the government can do. But we have the right to choose the right government when it comes to 2027. So let's not back down. Let's fight. Let's keep fighting. The people who have been giving us information, Pipita, and everybody else who is on Twitter who has been giving us information, keep on giving us the information. If anyone gets lost, let us know in time so that we can post these things to go viral and to let the world know what's happening. Thank you so much, Pipita, for giving us this chance.
All right. Thank you, Lo, for that. Of course. Thank you so much, everybody who is tuned in here on Home Run with PP. We happen here each and every weekday. Of course, today is the 1st of November. I hope you're having a new month, a good new month. Imagine starting the month on holiday. Hey.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with PP.
And the holiday was announced while we were here on Home Run with PP. I thought it was actually a joke. Then I see it in the 9 p.m. news that tomorrow is a national holiday. I'm like, wait a minute. Hey. So I don't know why. What was the essence of a national holiday? Basically, I get it, guys. You're trying to follow. You're trying to act like you're following the constitution, but we need to continue suffering. Yeah, Ama? I don't know. Request the microphone and join us up even Danny. The town hall is on. We're gonna be listening to various voices of Kenyans and what they think about everything that is happening in our country. Because I feel like at some point we just need to have moments of conversation where we just sit down and reflect and talk. Yes, so that is the essence of having a town hall meeting. See somebody here coming in and it's black. In other countries. Unajua Malia Davis amebadilisha wallpaper. So I'm like, who this? Who this? Who am I following here? Yeah. Who am I following? But I like the cinema imeisha. But always have someone who follows you like abrake. Abrake, abrake. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing a new nickname in the country. Abra, abra, bra, abra, bra, abra, ke, abra, ke, yo. Sasa yule mrembo mwenye alikuwa kwa ofisi ya DP manze, pia naye hakuna job because Prezo ashapeana hadi nickname. Hey, bwana Luta, mambo vipi?
Mambo salama bwana Pipi.
Mm,
Labda upande
niko salama nashukuru.
it's a very interesting day, but I think things are going well as things are boiling well as the doctor had prescribed. We were hoping that the UDA could kind of get some challenges, and the UDA has gotten into some challenges and complex issues. So for them to be in a quagmire, it's usually good for the citizen. For the first time, UDA as a party doesn't have somebody will inherit the seat when Ruto goes out. So it means for the first time, UDA will just present one person, but after him, there's no continuity for UDA as a party. But the second thing is that since now the Kikuyus will be moving into opposition, politics is going to boil at a very rapid rate. One interesting thing, you can blame that community whatever you want, but one interesting thing, for all the political transformation, part of the people who championed for them were the Kikuyus. If we start from pre-independence up to the independence, Kikuyus and the Mau Maus, and even other tribes, of course. I'm just saying many people on the ground who are them. If you come to the fighting during the Moi era, the opposition and the movement, many of the sons and daughters of Kikuyu were there. And you saw we overcame Moi. So there's also another liberation coming. And for the purpose of this struggle, the dice have been cast and people are now in their correct respective position. And hence, however much the struggle will be, but we are going to overcome. And I'm here to tell you today that in this struggle again, they will be added to the as a team which moved us from point A to point B. So it's very interesting what we'll be seeing going forward. Now, the issue with Kalonzo, I think for the first time, Kalonzo is kind of in a very strategic position. I wonder whether he will take charge of it or whether he will delay. But I hope he can make something out of it. So, as a person who doesn't like Kenya Kwanza and the UDA fraternity, we are very happy with how things are progressing. And the next coming days will be born to be very interesting times in the history as a country. It's also a good opportunity to tell those people who used to critique the Kikuyu leadership that it does not matter if we have 3 or 4 or 5 Kikuyu presidents, as much as you have something in your pocket. Look now, we have taken the leadership from the Kikuyus, we have brought to the other side. But by the time we are coming into January, when NSSF will be going to 6%, the government will be taking 49% of your salary. And then you'll understand that mtu wetu doesn't avail anything on your side. So, hii uongozi labda irudi kwa Kikuyu bwana. Tumejaribu watu wengine, haiendi vizuri. Mimi kama Mbaluya, afadhali Mkikuyu akae hapo hata miaka 50, lakini mimi nipate chakula, nipate mavazi na nikuwe na mustakbal wenye unaeleweka. Mustakbal wa kielimu, kwa sababu Kenya saa hii hata elimu yenyewe haijulikani. Tukuwe na mustakbal mzuri wa kiuchumi, kwa sababu saa hii uchumi unadorora. Na tukuwe na mustakbal mzuri wa siha, kwa sababu saa hii kila uchao watu wanakufa kwa sababu hawezi pata matibabu. Kuna watu wanahitaji dialysis, shisha haijawalipia, shisha haiwapatii uwezekano wa kupata matibabu kama yale. Sasa inakuwa kwamba wananchi wanapitia dhoruba kali sana katika hii Kenya. Lakini pia Bwana Pipi, shida hizi pia ni nzuri kwa upande mmoja, kwa sababu Ruto peke yake amevunja ile dhana ya kwamba, dhana ya dynasty. Kabla yake ilikuwa ni kwamba kuna dynasty Kenya, wakina Uhuru, wakina Raila na kina watoto wa Moi wanaharibu nchi. Lakini itakumbukwa kwamba nchi ilienda katika chumba cha watu mahututi ICU kwa mkono wa mtu ambaye alijinadi kwamba ni maskini, anaelewa maisha ya watu fukarafuke, watu madongo poromoko, watu ambao wana mbele wala nyuma, mfugaji kuku. Sasa imezima ile dhana kwamba madynasty na familia kubwa kubwa zinaharibu nchi. Kwa sababu hiyo wimbo watu waliimba sana katika akili zetu na kututia sumu, lakini kwa sasa imetoka. Hiyo ni shukrani kwa nani? Uongo wa Ruto. Lakini pia jambo hili pia ni nzuri kwa sababu gani? Miaka 2 iliyopita maaskofu wahubiri katika makanisa waliamka wakasema wameota kwamba huyu ndio kiongozi. Miaka 2 baadaye wanasema huyu si kiongozi. Mungu hafanyi kazi yake vile. Jalia ama Karima ama Maulana, uongozi wake na vile ambavyo daula zinastahiki kuongozwa zimeandika katika Biblia, na misingi ile kila inajulikana. Misingi ambayo imetengenezwa katika Biblia uongozi hairuhusu dhulma, hairuhusu utekaji nyara, hairuhusu uwaji wa watu kiholela holela, na hairuhusu kudhulumu maskini. Sasa kwamba lazima tuanze kuchunguza pia kanisa, na ni vizuri kwamba kanisa pia imeanza kuongea, kujitoa katika hii lawama baada ya miaka 2. Nikipiga taswira na nikizunguka katika mkururu wa fikra zangu, inanijia fikra kwamba baadhi ya wahubiri, baadhi ya waaskofu ni kana kwamba walipewa bahasha ambazo zilikuwa zimejaa fulusi na kuwafanya kwamba waghairi maoni yao na wamunge mkono bwana huyu. Inamaanisha kwamba hata katika madhabahu ambayo yalifaa yatuonyeshe upande wa ambao ilifaa ukuwe ni upande wa haki, walifeli miaka 2 iliyopita. Lakini sisi sote tunakosa na kila mtu anafanya makosa, na nashukuru kwamba kanisa limeweza kujielewa na kutoa tena sauti yao. Sasa tena hii serikali tena si ambayo Mungu alichagua. Sasa upande mmoja kabila kubwa likijitoa na upande mwingine msingi wa kanisa utoke, ina maana kwamba uongozi hii utakuwa unapata shida. Kwa mara ya kwanza katika taifa ajwadi la Kenya, tumekuwa na chama ambacho umaarufu wake umeshuka chini kabisa. Hata katika zama za KANU bado ilikuwa na umaarufu, mifuko ya umaarufu. Kwa mfano, hata KANU ilipokuwa inasambaratika, ilikuwa bado iko na wafuasi wengi sana mkoa wa Pwani, ilikuwa bado ina wafuasi wengi sana sehemu za Ukambani, na ilikuwa bado na wafuasi sehemu za Rift Valley. Lakini chama hiki cha kishetani cha Kenya Kwanza, UDA, si pwani, si magharibi, si sehemu ya kati, si Ukambani, si Rift Valley. Haina umaarufu kabisa kabisa, abadan asilani. Sasa dawa inaiva vizuri na inachemka vizuri kama alivyoagiza tabibu. Tukiangalia mbele, tunaokuwa na matumaini. Na sasa pia shida hizi na mkururo wa matatizo haya lazima pia tunashukuru. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa mara ya kwanza bodaboda, kwa mara ya kwanza mama mboga anaelewa kwamba kupiga kura kwake kunaambatanisha mubasharatan na maisha ambayo atatarajia. Sasa ingawaje kwamba ni siku ngumu, lakini mbele yake kuna nuru na kuna mwangaza upande wetu kama watu wa imani. Ingawaje ni siku ngumu ambazo sisi tumekuja hapa kama Wanakenya mpaka tukajileta, lakini jua kwamba mbele kuna matumaini. Sasa kama uko hapa kama Mkenya, usikufe moyo, endelea kujitahidi na ujue kwamba mbeleni nchi yetu tutairudisha kidogo. Imetoka katika reli, lakini taifa hili tutarudisha katika njia iliyokuwa ya awali ili tuendelee. Sasa ni vizuri pia tujieleze kwa nini tuko hapa, madhambi gani tulifanya, kwa sababu pia ukisoma vitabu vitukufu, Biblia, Qurani, utapata kwamba watu walikuwa wanaishi wananeemeshwa na neema nyingi nyingi, taifa zao zinaendelea vizuri, lakini mara tu ufisadi ulipoingia katika zile ufalme, walikuwa wanapata mfalme mbaya ambayo alikuja na uongozi mbaya wa kuwa watoto wa watu, kuwa wananchi. Sasa suna hii katika maisha ni suna imekuwa tangu zama za manabii na mitume, tangu zama za Ndemi na Mathathi. Sasa si jambo jipya kama ni watu wana ambao tunasoma historia na tunasoma vitabu vyetu vya dini. Sasa swali ambalo ni swali muhimu ambayo inafaa tujiulize kama Wanakenya, mimi na wewe, upi ulikuwa mchango wetu wa kuingia katika hii shimo? Wewe kama Pipi, wewe kama Boni, wewe kama Wallace, wewe kama Malia, mchango wako ulikuwa ni upi katika kutuleta kwa hii shimo? Kuna jambo la kwanza, tuanze na kikundi cha kwanza. Kuna watu wanajiita activist, wako kwa Twitter wanaandika habari zao, mwisho wa siku wanalipwa shilingi 530 30 saidie kutoa zile fedha. Kwanza hao walikuwa wakipigia debe Kenya Kwanza, lakini imefika mahali wameona kwamba pia walikosa. Baadhi yao wameomba msamaha na tumekubali, wanadamu tumeombiwa makosa, tumewasamehea. Kuomba msamaha inamaanisha wameelewa wao kuandika kwao na kupigia debe chama hiki ndicho kimetuleta katika shimo hili. Jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, tuko na marafiki zetu, maswahibu wetu hapa, walikuwa katika magari ya kampeni wakizunguka katika taifa hili ajuadi, siku ambazo za ughafi la kitaifa GDP ilikuwa juu na uchumi ulikuwa mzuri. Wakapigia debe katika zile msafara zao za kampeni, wakasema hii ni chama nzuri, chagueni hii chama. Watu hao nashukuru wamekuja pia katika nafasi hizi, wakasema jamani, tulikosa, mtusamehe. Vijana hawa ambao waliongoza kampeni ya Kenya Kwanza, kama wameomba msamaha, sisi nao tunasemaje kama Wakenya? Tumewasamea. Hiyo ni jambo la pili, pia wao kikundi kingine ambao wamegundua. Aturudi sasa kwa wananchi wa kawaida, wale wa mama mboga na bodaboda. Ulipoambiwa kwamba upige kura, jamaa huyu anajua hizi shida, je, ulimwamini katika tathmini zako? Ikiwa ulimwamini katika tathmini zako na ukapatiana kura, hakuna wasiwasi, basi baada ya miaka 2 umegundua kosa lako, na baada ya miaka 3 2027 tunatumai kwamba utachukua mwendo tofauti. Maneno mazuri mazuri hayatakulaghai. Utakuwa unasikiza mtu unamuuliza, ndio uko na sera nzuri, ndio unataka kujenga nyumba, lakini vipi utatujengea nyumba? Rasilimali utazitoa wapi? Kwa sababu ya late, lau kama sisi tungejua kwamba nyumba ambazo zitakazojengwa pesa zitatolewa kwetu, alafu tujengewe nyumba, alafu tena tuuziwe, hatungeunga mkono fikra ile. Mkisikiza tena kwamba mtu anakuja anawaambia sijui mitungi ya gesi itapunguzwa kwa bei, uliza utatumia mikakati gani katika kupunguza bei ile? Isikuwe tu tunasikia mambo mazuri kama wimbo, alafu kumbe baadaye asali na geuke inakuwa shubiri. Hii machungu yote ni faida kwetu. Kwa sababu gani? Itatusaidia tusome, tujielewe na tufanye maamuzi mema siku za mustakbal. Kwa sababu gani? Likupigalo ndio likufundishalo. Sasa Wakenya saa hii wanarudi nyuma na jiuliza, nini kilikupiga, wapi na nani? Hayo maswala ambayo tutajibu katika miaka hii mitatu inayobaki itatusaidia kuchukua uamuzi nzuri ikikuja 2027. Kusema kweli, pia mimi mzungumzaji, labda nina makosa ama sina makosa, nitaacha msikilizaji aamue. Mimi kama mzungumzaji, pengine makosa yangu ni kwamba sikuenda kupiga kura. Lakini kabla unitoe makosa, lazima uelewe pia kwa nini nilisita kuenda kupiga kura. Si kwamba sitaki kupiga kura, lakini nilikuwa na kusita. Ni vitu mbili tofauti. Tofauti huo uko wapi? Mtu ambaye haendi kupiga kura anaamua yeye haendi kupiga kura, hataki kujishirikisha katika masala ya nchi. Lakini mtu ambaye ana sita ni kwamba anatathmini upande wa A na anatathmini, anasikiza upande wa B. Akiangalia anaona mbweha wawili, akiangalia anaona njia mbili, njia ya A na njia ya B, na zote zinaenda katika kichinjio. Na pale mwanakondoo anasimama, anataradad, anastakiri, anasitasita. Kwa maana akiangalia mbele, njia A anaona giza, inaishia katika kichinjio. Njia B pia inaishia katika kichinjio. Hilo ndio kundi ambalo mimi nilikuwa. Kwa sababu kundi ambalo watu wa kupiga kura pia imegawanyika. Kuna wale ambao walijitia hamnazo, hawataki siasa haitawaathiri. Lakini kuna kundi la kusita, ni kwamba tunajua siasa itatuathiri, lakini bado hatukupiga kura. Sasa pengine labda tuna makosa tuliyafanya, kwa sababu tuliangalia upande wa A tukaona Bwana Ruto, tukimwangalia tunaona giza ndani ya moyo wake. Tukiangalia upande wa pili tunaona baba, tukimwangalia tunaona mtu ambao pia na ushetani wa kufanya biashara na maisha ya watu. Aende watu kufe katika maandamano, aitiwe nafasi apewe. Sasa tukiangalia demokrasia, tukatathmini demokrasia ambayo itatupatia Bwana Ruto na Bwana Raila, ni demokrasia ambayo imefeli. Ni demokrasia ghushi, fake democracy. Kwa hivyo tukasita, tukataradad, tukastakiri. Pengine hiyo ndio ilikuwa makosa yetu. Labda tutoe pengine tuseme yumkini ama kwa yakini yale yalikuwa ni makosa yetu. Basi pia tunaomba msamaha kwa kutoshiriki katika chaguzi ambayo tulipatiwa tuchague baina ya mbweha wa kwanza Ruto na mbweha wa pili Bwana Raila. Kusema kweli, tunamwomba Maulana atusamehe sisi kama Wanakenya, kwa sababu saa zingine labda ni katika kukithiri na kuongezeka kwa madhambi katika hii nchi, ndio maana tunapitia dhoruba hii na mashida hizi. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu atuangalie na macho ya huruma. Tulipokosea, Mwenyezi Mungu atusamehe kama taifa, kwa sababu sisi kama watu, nchi hii tumejaza dhulma. Wanawake wanauawa kila siku, na sisi wananchi ndio sisi ambao tunaua hawa wanawake. Watoto wanalawitiwa kila siku, na sisi ndio tunalawiti hawa watoto. Mmeona juzi Mombasa, Kitambo ilikuwa msichana akitembea usiku ndio anaogopa kubakwa. Siku hizi hata wanaume wanabakwa, na umeona watu wakibaka mwanamume na wakijirekodi. Hii yote hii ni madhambi katika nchi. Hii yote hii Mwenyezi Mungu anakasirika na sisi kama Kenya. Madhambi yamekithiri. Wanasema kutoka mwezi wa 8 mpaka saa hii kumekuwa na vifo karibu 383. Hiyo damu yote ikimwagika katika nchi hii, Mwenyezi Mungu hafurahi. Lakini pia upande wa kisiasa lazima mjue kwamba kuna shida ilitokea na sisi lazima pia tutubie. Shida ipi ilitokea? Mnamo mwaka wa 2002 pale Bwana Moi alipokuwa anatoka wakiapisha Kibaki, wananchi walifurahi sana na hisia zao zikapanda na kuzidi. Pale msafara wa Moi ulipokuwa unatoka, walimrushia mawe, udongo, uchafu na kumtukana kila tusi. Msafara ukatoka. Miaka 5 baadaye 2007 mliona machafuzi yaliyokuwa. Takriban Wakenya 1300 waliuawa katika uchafu wa kisiasa uliokuja baada ya uchaguzi. Hiyo damu yote pia bado inalilia haki, ikiwemo kwamba kuna Wakenya walichomwa katika kanisa. Na sisi tunajua watu wa kitabu. Watu wa kitabu ni watu gani? Mayahudi, Wakristo na Waislamu. Hawa ni watu wa kitabu kwa sababu gani? Maisha yao yanaongozwa na vitabu. Wayahudi wako na Taurati, Wakristo wako na Biblia, Waislamu wako na Qur'ani. Watu wa kitabu siku zote wanasema hata vita vikianza, watu waingie katika hekalu, watu waingie katika kanisa na watu waingie katika msikiti, usiwadhuru watu wale. Hiyo ni kaida, hiyo ni msingi wa dini za Kiabrahamia. Lakini sisi wa Kenya kwamba tumefata watu mpaka katika kanisa mwaka wa 2007 tukawachomea pale ndani. Madhambi hayo yote, damu ile yote, dhulma ile yote ikatufata. Mtu ambaye amesoma kitabu inachoitwa The President's Pressman na Bwana Lee Njiru atakwambia Moi alipoona uchafu ule wa kisiasa alikuwa mwenye huzuni sana. Maana bwana yule alikuwa amekaa na sisi kwa miongo miwili, miaka 24, lakini uchafu kama ule uko umetokea katika nchi. Sasa tulipomfukuza na ile jazba yote na ile hasira yote, kumbe maskini tulikuwa tunaenda kuingia katika dhoruba kali sana. Maana yangu ya nini ni kukusema hii ni kwamba hata tunapotamani Ruto atoke, lazima tufikirie mustakbal, nani atakuja baada yake. Ndio isikue pia 2027 Ruto anapotoka tunamtupia uchafu, tunamtupia mawe na kumtukana kila ainati ya tusi, na kumbe baadaye tunaanguka katika shimo kubwa. Jambo hili lazima tuangalie ndio tusirudie makosa ambayo tulifanya mwaka 22 ambayo ilituanguka katika gharika mwaka 2007. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Sasa sisi kama wananchi pia, nchi hii yetu imejaa dhulma sana. Watoto wetu kila uchao wanadhulumika. Binti zetu mabanati wanadhulumika. Hii si nchi ambayo inaongozwa katika misingi ya dini, ingawaje tunajinadi sana kwamba 80% ya nchi ni Wakristo wenye maadili mema. Sasa sisi kwamba kila mtu alipo achukue muda pia akiomba na kufanya sala zake, aombee nchi na tutubu kwamba Mwenyezi Mungu, kuna makosa tumeyafanya, mengine tunayajua na mengine saa zingine tunayafanya na hatujui. Utusamehe kwa yale ambayo tunayajua na utusaidie nguvu za kurekebisha, na kwa yale ambayo hatuyajui, Mwenyezi Mungu pia tusamehe na utusuluhishe nyoyo zetu na utupatie busara katika maisha yetu. Jambo la pili, sisi kama Wakenya lazima tubadilike katika falsafa zetu za kisiasa. Mwanasiasa anapokuja na leso kukupatia, lazima uangalie kwamba leso hii ya 200, 300 na 500 baada ya miezi 3 haitamaliza hata mwaka itaisha, lakini maisha yako ya nusu mwongo, miaka 5 yataathirika sana na uchaguzi ambao utakuwa umefanya katika debe. Kuhitimisha, sisi sote tulifanya makosa na tuna wajibu moja ama nyingine kufikia katika shimo hii ambalo tuko. Lazima tufikirie mustakabali wetu, lakini mimi bado nina imani nikana kwamba historia inajirudia. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna muda Moi alitoa naibu wake, alikuwa anatoka sehemu za kati, miaka ya 80 na ya mwisho. Venye alitoa yule naibu Mkikuyu, vita dhidi ambayo ilikuwa inaitisha multiparty ikaongezeka, na mwisho sasa multiparty ikakuja katika nchi. Wakikuyu walikuwa wamekaa tu wametabaradi, wamestakiri baridi, lakini venye yule naibu alipotolewa, vita vikaanza na vikatupika. Kila tupige siasa zetu. Shukran bwana P. Huku nikiweseseka iluta.
Thank you, Ismail, for that submission as well. I see Malia Davis ako hapa na sisi. Mambo vipi Malia? How are you doing? Jana nilikutupa nje kabla kazi. How are you doing, Malia? Can you hear me, Malia?
Fine.
Mambo?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Talk to me.
Asante sana Pipita. I want to thank Mr. Ismail Luta. I always like his submissions kwa sababu anaongea Kiswahili sanifu. And then he has a very comforting voice, yani ile ninaonanga yeye ni tabibu ya kweli kwa sababu hata ukiwa na ugonjwa uende upate daktari kama ule akuongelesha counseling hivyo, unaona ushapona tayari hata kabla upate dawa. You know, and I want to concur with him that hatuko pazuri. Kenya ni kama shetani ameshuka, and itabidi, because most of us are believers, tuingie kwa maombi, kwa kufunga. Kanisa pia ili mislead watu, they are admitted, na hakuna mtu hakosi, hata viongozi wa kanisa hukosa, na wameadmit that tulikosa, tulifanya mistake. So sisi wote watu, hata watu organize as our leaders, that tukue na prayers and fasting constantly, kwa sababu mambo yenye inaendelea Kenya sio mambo ya kawaida. It's not normal for 97 women to be killed in 3 months. That is more than 1 woman in a day. Hizo statistics ni kama statistics ya a country which is in a war zone, a country which is in a failed state kama DRC, or Afghanistan or Libya. Those countries yenye hawana government, watu wanapigana. Those are the kind of countries yenye unaweza expect msichana anauliwa kila siku, huwezi kosa mtu mwenye msichana mwenye ameuliwa. And unajua this issue of let me just wacha nigusie kidogo kwa mambo ya femicide, ndio sasa nikuja kwa mambo ya nchi. Hii mambo ya femicide, unajua the moment you kill a woman hata kama huyo mwanamke, she might be a sex worker, because in our society we take sex workers to be the least valuable members of the society. Even if she's a sex worker, even either now or in future she'll be a mother to somebody. Na akienda afanye hizo shughuli zake za ukahaba, anaenda anachukua hiyo pesa, anapelekea watoto wake chakula, anafanya hiyo ukahaba ndio alee watoto wake, awapeleke shule. Kila pesa yenye anachukua kwa wanaume na mambo yote yenye anafanya ama kwa wizi, anapeleka kwa watoto wake. So when you kill a woman, kuna pali yenye unaguzanga Mungu. I'm not saying men are not also valuable, but I'm just saying ukiua mwanamke, there is a part which you unaguza Mungu, na as Mr. Luther was saying there, that Dr. Luther was saying there, that Mungu anawachilia, ile hata ile protection yenye it's in a country, ama ile favor yenye angewapea, it becomes amekasirika, unajua. And Mungu amekasirika kwanza kwa kanisa kwa idolize Ruto kwa kanisa, to the extent that anakuja kukampeni kwa madhabahu pamoja na wanasiasa wengine, na pastors wanapewa pesa, wananunuliwa magari, and wanauza madhabahu ya Bwana. Madhabahu sio pahali ya kila mtu kukanyaga. Madhabahu sio pahali ya kila mtu kukanyaga. Hiyo ni pahali ya wale watu wamejitakasa. Sisi as Christians tuna originate from Judaism. Judaism ilikuwa ina allow only specific people waende kwa madhabahu wenye wamejitakasa, wenye wako sawa na sasa. Mtu mwenye kama wanasiasa hao wetu wenye wanaua, wanafanya mambo mabaya, wanadhulumu watu, then unawaingiza kwa madhabahu kwa sababu wamekupea pesa, unanajisi madhabahu. Do you expect God to be happy with that kind of an saizi vyenye Ruto alisema yeye ameokoka, yeye ni Mkristo, then anafanya mambo zenye anafanya pamoja na Kindiki. Kindiki alikuwa hata ile siku yenye walikuwa na shida na Uhuru, na Uhuru akasema watolewe kwa viti kwa Senate, alikuwa anaongea mambo ya Biblia. Huyu ni mtu mwenye ni Mkristo. Na sasa wewe uko kwa ofisi, vijana wanauliwa zaidi ya vijana 300. Mili imejaa kwa mochari kadhaa nchini, na ni wewe ulikuwa in charge of security. Do you think God is happy with that kind of a thing? Na najua Kindiki anaenda kwa nyumba na anaomba, na anaombanga na bibi yake na watoto, na anaenda kwa kanisa. Hata wale wengine wenye sio wa dini ya hii example, unafikiria wanaona Mungu wa Wakristo akiwa mtu wa aina gani? So munaleta shame to the name of the Lord. Bwana Yesu asifiwe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. At the same time umetoka kuua mtu hapa. So hii nchi, by the way, shetani mwenyewe ndio ameshuka hapa hivi, because mimi sijaisikia nikiwa disoriented venye nasikia sahi na mambo ya Kenya. Saizi unajua kama recently hata nilikuwa nafikiria nikasema, hata kama Al-Shabaab wanaweza kutusaidia tutoke kwa hii shida. Can you imagine pahali mtu anafika kwa mafikira yake mpaka unaanza kufikiria that wale watu wenye ni adui yenu wanaweza kuja wawasaidie kwa sababu shida imekuwa kubwa. Saizi tukiongea, nilikuwa naongea mambo ya wanawake. In the Bible kuna msana mwenye anaitwa kuna some cases ya wanawake kudhulumiwa. I think the first case ilikuwa ya msichana alikuwa anaitwa Dina. Dina alikuwa the only girl kwa family ya Jacob. So akaenda mahali kutembea na mtoto wa mfalme wa hiyo area akampenda, lakini akamchukua akamnajisi. Na unajua huo wakati sio kama saa hii venye tunabeba rape kwa kitu tu ya kawaida. So huyo mtu kumnajisi akaenda kwa brothers ya Dina, akawaambia anataka kuoa sister yenu. Brothers yake wakamwambia sawa, utamuoa, tutakupea umuoe, but before ufanye hivyo sisi huwa tunatahiri na nyinyi hamtahiri. So nenda kwa watu wenu wote, wanaume wenu wote wa hiyo community yenu yote, na mkwe mutahiri. So because alikuwa anapenda msichana wenyewe na anataka kumuoa, akaenda akaambia watu sisi wote tunatahiri, na alikuwa mfalme ama mtoto wa mfalme. So brothers wa Dina wakangoja. Sasa ile wameshatahiri, wako weak. Washamwaga damu, wako weak, wako na kidonda. Sasa wakawangojea sasa ile wako kwa hiyo hali. Wakaingia kwa ule mji, wakawaua wote because of a rape of one woman. Na walipokuwa kwa hiyo process, huyo jamaa akawauliza ya kuwamaliza. Huyo jamaa akawauliza, but si tulikuwa tumekubaliana na mimi nilikuwa ready nioe sister yenu. Brothers yake wakamuuliza, will you treat our sister like a prostitute? Another case, unajua kuna vitu zingine kwa Bible maybe hamjaisikia. Another case, kuna jamaa mwenye alikuwa sijui alikuwa kuhani ama alikuwa watu leaders ya religious leaders. So alikuwa na concubine. Unajua kitambo kulikuwa unaweza oa mabibi na ukuwe na concubines. So alikuwa na concubine. So concubine wakakosana, concubine akarudi kwa babake. Vile wanawake wakikosana bwana zao wanarudi kwa baba zao, kwa nyumba za baba zao. So huyo jamaa akaenda kwa baba yake kumchukua ule concubine wake. So siku ya kurudi wakachelewa katikati. So wakaingia kwa mji fulani, wakapewa nyumba, na by the hizi miji zote ni za Wayahudi. Si ati ilikuwa ya Waegyptian, ilikuwa tu watu yao kwa hizo 12 tribes of Israel. So wakapewa makao, wakaingia kwa nyumba, wakalala. Sasa ile wako hapo, wanaume wakatokelezea, wakasema tumeona kuna watu wenye wameingia kwa hii nyumba na tunataka nini? Tunataka the same case yenye ilikuwa Sodom and Gomorrah. Tumeona kuna watu wameingia hapa na tunawataka tulale nao, tuanajisi. So sijui huyu concubine ni kupeana walipeana ama alichukuliwa na nguvu, sijui. Wakambaka usiku mzima mpaka akakufa. Asubuhi ule mume wake akitoka akakuta ako kwa mlango amekufa. Kumwambia twende zetu, akasema akaonekana amekufa. Akachukua mwili ya ule concubine yake, akaenda akaikatakata mara 12. Akatuma kwa kila tribe ya kila tribe of Judah, the 12 tribes of Judah, peace moja. Na kutoka hapo akarudi kwao, wakaenda wakajipanga kupigana vita na wale watu wa hiyo mji wenye walifanya hivyo, na wakaenda kwa vita. Na kwa hiyo vita, at the end of it, wanaume walikufa more than 10,000 men. Na hiyo vita si ati walienda kivyao, walikuwa wameenda wameomba Mungu akawaambia muende vita, kwa sababu ya najisi venye mama alinajisiwa concubine. So usifikiria ati kwa sababu saa nyingine unaona wanawake wakiwa chini Mungu huwa hawajali ama hawaoneka. Wanawake ni watu wa muhimu sana in front of God because of ile kazi yenye wanafanyanga kwa hii dunia. Kulea mtoto, kutoka kwa kubeba mtoto kwa mimba alafu uendelee hivyo unyonyeshe mpaka ulee mtu akue mtu mzima. Na mama yako ni ule mtu mwenye ni kama Mungu kwako. Hawezi kuacha. Ukikuwa jambazi, upigwe risasi ako na wewe kwa hospitali, ufungwe jela ako na wewe. Atakuwa baba yako ataacha kukutembelea. Kufungwa sasa hii life imprisonment, baba atatembea after some time aseme huyo ni mtoto wako, ambia mamako hivyo. Mama yako atakuwa anashinda kuja kukuletea uji mpaka ile siku yenye atakufa. So mambo ya femicide mimi sijafurahia kusikia Martha Koome na leo president anakuja kutuambia ati ameona kuna wanawake wengi. Tuna need concise action, because another thing yenye inaleta this problem in this country is that these people, they know that the police is corrupt. Hakuna mahali watanipeleka, nitaua girlfriend yangu, nitachukua msichana wa wenyewe amekuja party kwangu, nimuue alafu nimtupe kutoka balkoni yangu ya 5th floor niseme alijiua. Okay, so wanajua that nothing will be done. So that's why ingekuwa that unachukuliwa harsh action immediately, unashikwa, kwa sababu hawa watu si ati hawajulikani, wanajulikana because mwili inapatikana kwa nyumba zao. Kama ni boyfriend unaweza trace that yeye ndo alikuwa mtu wa mwisho na yeye through the phone and other means. But kama huu mama mwenye ni MCA alipoteza msichana recently, anasema alienda police station, police wakamwambia unajua this is not the first case. Kesi ya wanawake wasichana wa college kuuliwa zimejaa kwa meza. It's not a big deal. So I was expecting president aseme even kitengo kiundwe cha kudeal with those issues, because it is a national disaster. Hakuna vyenye tunaweza kuwa tunaishi in a country whereby kila siku mwanamke anauliwa na wanawake, it's at least 50% of the population. Saa hizi kama Wakikuyu wangekuwa wanauliwa every siku, Mkikuyu mmoja and they are not 50%, ungesikia it's a national disaster. So nani na yeye Chief Justice Madam asikuja kutuambia ati tunataka judiciary kuwe na kitengo ya ku expedite all femicide cases, so that mwanaume akienda kufikiria kuua mwanamke ajue hakuna bond attached. Kwanza it should be a crime without a bond. Unaingia ndani, case inapigwa haraka, judiciary wana expedite, unaingia ndani. Not 7 years yenye inakuaga hapa, 7 years unakaa kwa trial. Why? US ninaonanga trial inafanywa na 2 weeks na inaisha, na wako na jury. Sisi hatuna jury. So anyway, hiyo ni mambo ya femicide, which lazima steps zichukuliwe. Hakuna kusema kwa sababu mtu alienda kwa lodging, sijui alienda kwa BNB, sijui ni boyfriend, alikula pesa ya boyfriend. Kwani wanaume mara ngapi wanaambianga wa mabibi zao ama ma girlfriends yao wachukulie loan, wanakula pesa mingi na wanaoa mtu mwingine? Kwa nini? Maisha ya mtu ni ya maana. A human life is sacrosanct. That's why even if you kill somebody today, we will not kill you. Government cannot kill you, watakuweka jela, because you still have your right to be alive. Hata ukiua watoto uwe nani, there's no death sentence in Kenya, meaning that tuna respect mpaka ule mhalifu wa hali ya juu. So can we also respect the life of girls who could be engaged in sex work? Hata wenye ni malaya suku, their life is still sacrosanct. Nimewaambia huyo malaya mwenye unaona ni takataka, kwa nyumba yake kuna watoto wenye wanamgojea, who knows she's the alpha and omega of their life. Wakimkosa watakuwa chokora. So maisha ya wanawake, let's not make it a case of ati alikuwa ameenda kujiuza. So mtu akienda kujiuza, that is when you should kill them. So we are not going to allow that in this country. Now, by the way, FIDA in arrange among other women's organization tuende kwa street, because how can I feel safe as a woman if at all kuua mwanamke sasa imekuwa kama kunywa chai venye unakunywanga chai kila siku, somebody is killed. Na ukiuliza hata what is the real issue, you cannot even it's just venye we have lost value of our women's lives. So for me that is, and we are continuing on that until tupate action, because hatuwezi kuwa tunaona TV yani mpaka tumekuwa desensitized. Sasa mwanamke ameuliwa. The other day msichana mwenye anaitwa Rita Waeni, she was hacked into pieces, something which we have never seen in this country, and up to today polisi wamenyamaza. They are not telling us where is this person or who did this, because that kind of a character ni mtu very dangerous. Can you be happy living in a society unajua jirani yako anaweza fanya kitendo kama hicho yenye huyo mtu alifanya? About that issue, and how can I tell you they didn't care? Cyprian Nyakundi after some time venye kesi linyamaza, alienda akatoa video ya kuonyesha huyo msichana wakitembea na huyo jamaa, a very clear video. The police CID hawakukuwa na hiyo video. So you ask yourself, siku yenye walienda and it's not a video ya mbali, ni hapo hapo, kwa sababu hata hizo nyumba zilikuwa tu hapo hapo karibu. So meaning that venye walienda wakapata hiyo CCTV ya supermarket yenye alikuwa anachukua funguo za Airbnb, hawakuenda round kwa maduka kuuliza mwenye ako na CCTV awapatie waangalie kama wanaweza ona kitu. They just dismissed the case because sio mtoto wa mdosi, sio mtoto wa mtu mwenye, and even watoto wa wadosi, si huyu MCA, she's a nominated MCA by UDA. Unaona vyenye she's being treated, even her herself she's shocked. She's like, now if I can be told by a policeman that my daughter's death means nothing because funny how many people have been killed, how about a raia who is down there? Alisema alienda kwa police station akakuta ule msichana mwenye aliita msichana yake waende out, wanacheka na polisi. Those are the kind of things we want to be looked into, because we're living in a country which has a government as if we are living in a war zone or in a failed state. Wanawake wanauliwa kila siku. It's not okay. Na tutaenda kwa street. So anyway, tuache hayo. mambo ya hii mambo ya kina Kindiki and his group and all of them. Sasa tumeona the true colors of the people who are in the seat. We have seen the true colors. Sahi hakuna kitu kingine imebaki. Ruto alikuwa anataka kuingia kwa hiyo kiti, na of course alitumia Gachagua kwa sababu he was a kingpin of the big tribe, apate hizo kura. Sasa sahi amechukua Kindiki kwa sababu Kindiki hawezi kumpinga kwa lolote, hata akisema uwe kila mtu atasema sawa. Hakuna kitu yenye atakata. So that the kind of people he want now. Saizi as we are speaking, parliament watu wenye tulielect hawawezi enda watutete, wako hapo kwa mfuko ya Ruto. Judiciary pia they are compromised. You can see the way they are ruling nowadays, the kind of rulings they are giving. So Kenya sasa mambo ni mawili. Number one, kwa sababu tumebaki tu na Mungu na sisi wenyewe. Kwa sababu sasa kuna watu groups mbili ya watu, wananchi na wenye wanakula huko, wenye nchi wanakula out of our sweat, blood and tears. So kitu ya kwanza na Mungu, tutaomba, tutafunga. Na number 2, take action of civil disobedience. Safaricom mkipeana data yetu and then you come here kuandika ma statements after mmesikia watu wanataka kuboycott that you have never given out anybody's data. How can a policeman know that I am in a certain place? Ajua saizi niko Rongai. Mimi siishi Rongai, but anajua niko kwa matatu yenye niko Rongai. How? Kama which GPRS is that? If it's not my phone, which is giving them that data, my real-time data, as much as they are saying wapeanangi real-time data, my real-time network location wanaweza ipata to the matatu yenye niko. And then you come here Safaricom unaniambia you don't give out personal data and you don't give out real-time location updates ya mtu. Right now tunaongelea Aoko who has been missing without any statement from anywhere. Wamenyamaza tu. We are going to take action. We are going to, the enemy, ukidecide it's either ukue kwa side yetu ama ukue kwa hiyo side ingine. Ukidecide kama Safaricom unataka kukua the other side, let that other side of the so-called government give you airtime, buy your airtime, use your services, sisi tujitoe tuende Airtel na Telcom. Wewe baki na Ruto akulipe hizo mabilioni which you are minting from us, our blood, sweat and tears, mint it from Ruto. That is how it will be. MP, if you are an MP and we tell you we don't want finance bill 2025, ama the next one which is coming, and you go and vote for it, my friend, utaenda nyumbani. Enda nyumbani because mimi nilikupigia kura, I'm the one who is paying for you a salary. I will expect you to go there to fight for me, to represent me and my opinion, and then you go and be paid 2 million to vote yes. And me, I've told you explicitly, I cannot afford this. You go and vote for it, yes. Fine. Toka kwa kiti, we recall you. Kaa kwa nyumba yako, hiyo 2 million yenye nani amekupea, iendelee, ikupush mpaka 2027, uone kama utarudi tena. If you come in the church, or if you come in our function, and you know very well, you are a traitor, you are not on our side, uko kwa ile side ingine, we are not giving you time to talk. We will not give you time to talk, we will not give you peace of mind.
You'll come back, Malia, 1 minute, and then bring others.
Okay, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Malia, for talking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Home Run with PP. We happen here each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m.
This is Home Run with PP.
Home Run with PP is supported by you, the listener. And if you like what I'm doing, there is a tip jar line. I'll not stop hesitating and insisting that there's a tip jar line there that helps us keep this studio running. If you like what I'm doing, 0721948229 is the support number. Wallace, habari yako?
Mzuri sana, natarajia unanisikia vyema.
Nakusikia vyema kabisa, talk to us.
Asante. Nimeshukuru kwa fursa hii umenipea. I liked what nimesikia Ismail akitajia, amezungumza vyema sana. I hope hajatoka, nimemwona bado yuko kwa space. Na nilikuwa nataka kumkumbusha amesahau pia siku za Moi kiasi. Kumekuwa na pia election clashes 92 na 97, so si ati mambo yalianza tu baada ya hiyo referendum ya 205. Kenya tumeshinda tukiwa na mambo mabaya yakitokezea kila baada ya uchaguzi, na hata mkiona t-shirt yangu status nimeshinda nikisema ilikuwa mavurugu kulingana na ukabila. We used to have our clashes always on the basis of tribal challenges, na tukaanza kujaribu kuongelesha Wakenya kutoka at least 2008 after hiyo 2007 clashes ambayo yalikuwa mabaya sana. Tukaanza kujaribu kubembeleza Wakenya tukiwaambia ukabila ni ujinga, hautusaidii, hujawahi kutusaidia kutoka tupate mamlaka, kutoka tupate kuwa jamhuri. Tumeshinda tumezurura tu kama watoto wa Israeli kuzurura kwa jangwani. We wasted 60 so many years, decades, kwa sababu kwa bahati mbaya mababa wa taifa, which is Jaramogi the late na the late Jomo, walipopata hiyo nafasi ya kutuongoza kutoka mwanzo, walikosea pia, vile tunasema hata si watu wamekosea hizi siku za mwisho. Baada ya kuleta uzalendo na umoja, ukabila ndio ukaletwa mbele, ukakuwa na kuchukua viapo, kukakuwa na mauaji, akina Tom Mboya, akina Pinto. Yani we started on the wrong foot. Hatukuanza mahali tungependelea kuanza kama nchi. So mi napendanga kusema since 1963 Kenya has been a republic, but unfortunately we've never been a nation. We were not allowed to become a nation because ukabila uliingia tu haraka upesi. Ukaangalia tu kabineti ya Jomo Kenyatta, mzee the late, unastuka tu imejaa watu wa Central, na ikakuwa ni kama imeset president. Fuata Nyayo akikuja na yeye akaingiza watu wake pap, wakajaa kila mahali. So tukaanza tu on the wrong footing, na ndio sasa hata hizo vita za kujaribu kuleta the real change in Kenya ilianza zamani. Ndio tulikuwa na vitabu kama Noti Yetu Uhuru. Unfortunately tukakuwa na Kakuu, unakumbuka? 81, kuna wale bado, hata mimi nilikuwa mchanga, but the idea is unapata Kenya tukakuwa tu na we have never settled because tribalism was always there. Siasa ikashika hiyo nini. So tulipoingiza multi-party, Moi alikuwa amerevuka, alitumia 92 ndio tulianza multi-party, akadivide watu, kwa sababu 92 hata actually 92 alishindwa na Matiba. I'll be very brief on that history, lakini alirig, walipoenda kotini ikatupwa. Unajua at that time Moi alikuwa total power, haungemshinda. Wacha sasa hii Ruto anajaribu ameanza kushika kila branch ya serikali. Moi alikuwa kila kitu, alishindwa na Matiba, lakini hata siku hizo Kibaki alitumiwa ndio agawanye central vote, alafu Matiba akaibiwa, alafu ikapotea tu hivyo tuseme. But by the time tumefika 202, Wakenya walikuwa actually 97 Costa 97. Sasa kila kabila ikachukua njia yake. Ngilu akona yake, Wamalwa akona yake, Raila akona yake, kila mtu akaenda. Wakenya wakaona tena 97 tumeshindwa na Moi. Alikuwa amepata now the extra 5 years atawale. Sasa lazima angetafuta mtu wa kuingiza 202, na saa hiyo Wakenya walikuwa wameshiba, wamesema tunajaribu kutoa hii KANU, hatuwezi. Wakenya wakawaambia sasa, nyinyi opposition kama amuungani, shauri yenu hatuwapigii kura. So wakajiangalia wakasema 97 kwa hizi opposition watu walipata kura kivipi? Kwa sababu Wakenya tukawalazimisha muingie NAK, National Alliance Party of Kenya, okay? Mnaweza angalia kwa Google mtaona hizo historia. Alafu hiyo NAK ilipoungwa kwa lazima, wananchi wamesisitiza, tulikuwa tunangojea Raila aingie. Alikuwa na NDP saa hiyo, okay? Raila akakataa kuingia. Last minute tukingoja uchaguzi imekaribia 202, Raila akachukua NDP akauzia KANU. Kuna wale wazee hapo wanakumbuka. Akauzia KANU akidhani Moi lazima atoke na kuna kigogo cha siasa KANU saa hiyo. Unajua Moi hakuwa anaacha mtu mwingine akuwe mkubwa kama yeye. He did not raise, inaitwa protege kwa kizungu. He was the total man. Lakini walipoenda, kama mnakumbuka kitu inaitwa kichinjio Kasarani, akitarajia Moi atasema huyu ndio anaingia. Moi alisimama akasema huyu kijana anaitwa Uhuru ndio nimeamua. So hapo ndio vitu zilienda mrama. Raila alipoona sasa amesalitiwa na Moi, ndio alitoka wakatafuta chama kanaitwa LDP, kwa sababu sasa tulikuwa tunasema tingatinga imemezwa na jogoo, akaingiza NAK ikakuwa NAK. Sasa Wakenya 202 ilikuwa tunatoa, we were not looking at who we were voting in, kwa sababu Ismail ameuliza what did we do wrong. The problem with Kenyans, we were looking at who we are voting out. So our interest was to toe KANU. So tulikuwa tunaenda tunatick 6 piece. Nak hata mjali nani anaingia. Sasa bahati mbaya hao watu Raila alitoka nao kwa sababu wengi walikuwa KANU, Kamodho, akina nani wakakuja wakasurvive kwa sababu wameingia sasa ndani ya NAK. Ikakuwa sasa kuna ahadi ya wataenda watutengeneze katiba mpya. Hii ni historia ya zamani. Wakaenda wakaribu Bomas kwa sababu sasa walikuwa wameahidi wakiwa na Kibaki na yuko hapo kwa wheelchair, akaenda kupeleka hizo vita Bomas of Kenya ya Shbalgai, hiyo constitution ya kwanza. Sasa baada sisi watushughulikie kama Wakenya, hawa viongozi kwa sababu hawajapata zile vitu wanataka wote, na sisemi tu upande moja, wakatuharibia katiba ya kwanza, wakaingiza chuki, na hiyo chuki ikaingia 205, ikakuwa mambo ya orange na banana. Chuki ikakuwa 41 versus 1, wale wanakumbuka, nakuja na mbio. Tukapata orange iliposhinda ikakuwa no, this was a referendum, mtoke. Tukaingia 207 sasa na chuki ya 205, ndio tulikuwa na hiyo post election violence. Sasa kwa sababu hiyo post election tukasema katiba ingine sasa tufanye, hata kama ni kubwa na iko na gharama, afadhali tuwe na kitu inalinda kila mtu. Ndio ukaona zamani, kumbuka tulikuwa tutaka majimbo, Wakenya kwa wanataka majimbo, lakini after 207 wakasema afadhali kila mtu akuwe na kanchi kake kadogo aweze kujiendeleza, anapata hiyo allocation, anajiendeleza. Tukatengeneza hiyo constitution, na ni mzito, iko na gharama, lakini sasa ikaingiza kitu kizuri kinaitwa public participation, ikaingiza vitu vizuri, vina gharama na lazima tupunguze zingine, but ikaingiza chapter ya integrity. Sasa tumepitisha hiyo 2010. 2012 tulikuwa tupige kura kulingana na hiyo katiba mpya ya integrity, lakini Ruto na Uhuru walikuwa na kesi za ICC kwa sababu ya 207. Tukakosea kwa sababu sasa ikakuwa lazima watu wanataka kusave Uhuru na Ruto, na of course unajua sisi ati wa Kenya wale wako na nguvu ya kuhesabu kura, wakaamua hawa wawili tunawaingiza ndio wasiende ICC. 2013 wakiingia, tulikuwa tumeshavunja katiba yetu mpya, the chapter of integrity. We compromised our constitution immediately, and since these people who came in, they were not faithful to the people. Hii katiba ilikuwa hitilafu kwao, na ndio wamekuwa wakiibadilisha, wanaidunga, wanaibomoa pole. Hatujui, hatukusoma katiba kama Wakenya. Tulisema baba amesoma, Kibaki amesoma, Ruto akisema ni mbaya tunasema hapana, akisema ni poa tunapitisha. So tumekuwa wavivu kama Wakenya kujihusisha na kujua hizi vitu tunafuata na watu tunafuata wana sera gani, na hizi katiba tumepitisha zinasema nini. Tumeamka sasa vile Gen Z wameleta hizi, we are tribeless, we are partyless, we are leaderless, and we want the constitution implemented. Ndio tumeanza kusema ala, kumbe walikuwa watu consult kila kitu. Vitu ngapi wameharibu na tulikuwa tumelalia masikio. So what has happened is tumeamka sasa, but even ndio kulienda. We compromised our constitution then. Si ati Uhuru was perfect, lakini ikaendelea hivyo. Now that we are woken up na tumegundua the 3 arms of government which are meant to serve us. Kwa hiyo constitution siku hizi tunaongeanga mambo ya article 1. The executive, the judiciary and the legislature. They are meant to be serving us the people. Lakini si unaona ndio sasa wanatuua, wanatubeba, wanajifanya wajui vile kunaendelea. They are breaking the constitution. They can remove a DP without IEBC and install another one without IEBC, without a referendum, with fake public participation. That is the problem. But how do we fix that? Mimi ni mtu
Wind up, Wallace.
unity back as we the people, because what happens is kila mtu anafanya kitu kadogo tunakosa kuachieve. So let me simplify ndio I finish in the next 2 minutes. The first thing is let's restore our patriotism. Ukabila tunajua inapigwa lakini haijaisha kabisa, lakini tunaweza tumia, tumesikia vile Malia amesema, sasa tuko na sisi wenyewe, because we know hata kuenda kotini sasa ni ku waste time. Tunajua nani we know who is in control of the courts. We know who is in control of the legislature. Wanapiga kura kulingana na yeye, tupende tusipende. Judges are ruling the way he wants, we like it or not. So since that is our reality, first of all, we the people, let's bring back our unity together. Okay? We have ourselves, and vile Malia amesema pia we have our God. We've told people we've started a patriotism challenge, because the problem for Kenyans for too long has been tulikuwa tusijihusishi kwa kimakini. By the time tumeamka vitu vimeenda mrama vingi sana. So in the patriotism challenge tunasema kwanza hebu tuanze tuwe tunaimba kila Tuesday na kila Friday saa 8 just our national anthem, alafu we declare our slogans. Na sasa we don't focus on an individual. Ruto is not the author and finisher of corruption. Tunasema no more corruption, no more abductions, no more murders by government, no more illegal deals with Adani, because we the people tunasema. But the only time our voice has power is when we are united. Si ati mimi nafanya kitu yangu, Pipita anafanya yake, Morara anafanya yake, sijui comedian anaitwa aje anafanya kitu yake hiyo ya Uhuru Park. That's not how it's going to work. Kwanza hebu tushikane pamoja as we the people, tukae na undugu kwanza. Hiyo umoja, hiyo tunaimbaga kwa nini wimbo wa taifa. So that's what we've initiated. Tumesema let's get our patriotism together first, every Tuesday and every Friday, because hata sasa tutakaporudi siku moja tuamue tunarudi kwa barabara, kama hapo ndio tutaenda, tutakuwa tumeshikana kwanza na umoja. Tukumbuke 25th ya June, si ati ilikuwa tu kigafla, ilikuwa build up, watu build up hiyo kitu, wameagree na kitu, wameshika umoja, wakaenda kuwaambia msipitishe, hawakutusikiza cause wanasikizanga mtu mmoja na tunajua ni nani. So tukianza sasa by umoja kwanza, turejeshe umoja kwa Wakenya, tuseme sasa tumekuwa kitu kimoja, we the people, kwa hiyo constitution tuseme we have taken back the power we delegated to them. We are telling the world, kumbuka tukichapa #, Kenyans, unaona tumefikisha karibu 1 billion za free ya oko. Tutaanza kupiga hashtags for everything, tuna revoke hata kama ni hizo mabase tuseme hatuzitaki. So nataka kujifupisha hivyo, but nataka kwa challenge, hebu tukubaliane kwanza, turejeshe uzalendo, tuwe kitu kimoja, we sing together the anthem, we declare hashtag. Tumeshaongelesha Wakenya wako diaspora, tumesema tunaiweka saa 8, ndio saa 8 ya Kenya. Tuna hope of course Waislamu wenzetu wamesha swali, kama ni saa 7 saa 8 wanaweza imba na sisi. Tunataka tuimbe pamoja wimbo wa taifa. So wimbo wa taifa si wa kabila yoyote, hakuna mahali watu, na si wa kisiasa, lakini please note our anthem is magnificent. It's a prayer. So it is we the people and we believe in a creator. Majority of Kenyans believe in a creator. So nimeshukuru. Wacha nitawekea link ya nini ya hiyo.
Asante Wallace for that.
Asante.
Let's go to Luka Matoke, and also others can also request the microphone as well. We are here for the town hall. I want to hear what Kenyans are doing and also what their thoughts on the current goings on. Luka, jambo.
Habari.
Mzuri sana, labda wewe.
Mimi niko poa. Yeah, I quickly wanted to jump in and add on what I think it was Malia that was speaking about our information with the one of the service providers, the mobile service providers. All I can tell you is that yes, guys, these guys are giving us our information out to the DCI, to the police. Why do I say so? Even before these things started, up to last year, I used to work. Up to the end of last year, I used to work as I used to work with Uber as a driver. Uber and Bolt, you know these companies. Little, yeah. So as I was working, I had friends that I was working with, you know, colleagues. They also had their vehicles. And so one day in the morning at around 9, we go to work. There is a place where we normally used to park. Then, as I got there, one of my friends called me aside and told me, you know what? I've just received a call from someone. She said she is from the DCI and she asked me to go to the headquarters. Like right now, I stop working and go there. So I'm like, what did you do, Bramwell? He's like, you know, she just called me. Then my friend was saying like, he's not going. So we continued with other stories. We continued talking about our families, you know, catching up on the politics and all that. Then he received a call again. Someone called and he received the call. It was the same lady. She told him, you know, Bram, I told you to come and like 20, 30 minutes have passed and you've not moved an inch. Do I tell the DCI of Karen to come pick you and bring you to the headquarters? You know, our friend was alishtuka. Like, how did this person know this? So the lady from the phone just told him, you know, I can see you. I can see that where you are with your phone. I can see where you're standing. So what does this say? These guys, they have our locations. So long as your phone is on, they have our locations, and that is how they track us down. And you know, they're able to know where you are. That's why you heard Malia was saying that you find that someone is not living in Rongai, Nongata Rongai, but they are able to tell that you are in a matatu, you are on your way to Ngata Rongai. So that clearly shows that these guys are tracking our phones and they know. Once they have your phone number, not even your phone number, once they have your information, even if it's the national ID, they're able to tell. So, like in this case, my friend, so because they had called him and told him he has not moved an inch, he was forced to, you know, stop all work and start going towards the headquarters of DCI. So as he was on the way, now this is what he reported to us later, that as he was on the way, and the lady kept on, you know, seeing where he is. Then at some point, he met, you know, on the way, met a traffic jam. Then he was forced to, you know, take he was forced to like stop. So again, the lady called him and asked him, Brahman, why are you not moving? I can see you're on Valley Road and you're not moving. And then, yeah, he told him, you know, he told her that, you know, there is a traffic jam. That is why I'm not moving. Then she told him, okay, continue coming. So this clearly shows that these guys, they have our information. They have our information. Yeah, and the courts are not helping us, sadly. They are allowing our information to go to these guys and, you know, they're causing us harm. Even me who is speaking in this moment, they might decide to come for me and I'm helpless. So our information is out there. No matter how much these mobile service providers provider that has been accused a lot. They are giving out our information. No matter how much they keep giving statements that this and this is not happening, I don't trust them because you can see there's a clear sign that information is being given out and people have been killed. So this is another area that we really need to be careful with. At the moment, I don't know what we can do. Maybe guys can chip in and give us information on what we can do best to avoid being arrested. But it's happening. It's a reality. This happened last year, even before this protest had started and everything. And yeah, I just got reminded of it and I decided maybe I can share. Yeah, thanks, Pipita. That was my time. You can pass the mic to another individual. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Luka Matoke as well.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
Thank you so much for tuning in to Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we are here to try and just get to understand where the Kenyan mind is and what we are feeling as a people and what is our way forward. Today, the political class did their party. It's called party after party. They selected their own deputy president and also without a and that should tell you a lot that they don't. That is how much they don't want the IEBC because given that the speed they worked with, if they wanted the IEBC to be there so that they can confirm Kithure Kindiki professor the right way, they could be. But it seems like there is somebody who is holding that IEBC hostage or over the parliamentarians. We are yet to know why or how or who. But I feel like there is an invisible hand. AC, how are you doing? Jumbo, AC.
Hi,
Yes,
hi. You can
yes,
hear
I can
me?
hear you. You have a rebuttal.
Yeah, I'm back.
Mm.
Now, today there was someone on TikTok na alisema a very interesting thing. Alisema mali imefika as Kenyans, sai ni sisi kwa sisi. Like it's us Kenyans versus the government. So kuna mse hapa aliongelelea about how the government inasema vitu ziko at cheaper prices. Let me tell you, hakuna kitu imeshuka. In fact, vitu ziko juu. So last month I did a shopping. Wacha napoteka scenario. Unga ya soko ilikuwa 132 bob. Jana nilifanya shopping. Unga the same unga ilikuwa 170 bob. I'm not saying ati nini, but unaona imepanda. Mafuta the same thing. So I don't know why the government inajaribu kusafisha jina while the ground is totally different. So kuna mse amongelelea about clashes za election. Personally, I was tuseme like nili witness elections za 2007, 2008 and siwezi taka Kenyans siwezi taka warudi to such a position because what we saw, how we saw people wakifanyiwa, it's not a good picture and it's actually not a good picture. So sahi Kenya it's what hata nimeshindwa kuongea tafadhali aki poleni.
All right. I don't know if you're finished submitting ama umekuwa curtain. All right. Thank you so much for that. I want to read a couple of comments here on the comment section as well. You can request the microphone and talk to us. I see there are others who are dropped. But today is welcome to our town hall where we let Kenyans speak their mind. Luka Matoke has said, Aoko has been found in Tanzania and rushed into hospital. Mungu ni mwema. Our best wishes to Aoko, her family and friends. She has been found alive and well. Thank you. We thank God and also for everybody who has been able to amplify that. I want to tell Kenyans next election don't vote for leaders because of sympathy, nice talk, bride, vote, kwa wasee wako na good intention our Kenya. Kenya is a resourceful country. That's why unaona all these countries are eyeing us like that. I noticed that we have 4 army bases of the US in our country. Eh, a peaceful country with 4 army bases of a foreigner, and we are just chill. Okay. Whoever is advising Ruto Aki and hater to your position, you have to place KK government into hot spook. That is AC. Safaricom released a long statement. Let me read it. It says, let me read it in part. It's a long one. It says Safaricom notes various conversations regarding data privacy and sharing customer information with security agencies and other third parties, and wishes to make the following statement. Yeah. Wanasema kwamba that we respect our customer privacy and adhere to strictly by the country's data protection laws. As such, we do not share any customer data unless explicitly required to us via a court order. That for information purposes, a customer call data record does not show any live location and movement of customers, but are regenerated after a call is terminated, and for text messages once they are sent or received, and this is for purposes of billing only. That in July 2012, Safaricom onboarded Neural Technologies to implement a fraud management system on all the business lines, including our mobile money system. Neural Technologies is a global brand operating in over 30 countries, providing support to telcos and utility companies to prevent and detect fraud with no third-party access. That we were recently awarded an ISO 27701 Privacy Information Management System certificate by British Standard Institute after a vigorous audit of adherence to data privacy laws and privacy. This is the highest certification of an organization can attempt in managing of privacy information systems as a data controller or processor, a testament to a commitment to preserve our customer privacy and provide our worry-free experience on our network. Finally, we would like to reassure our customers that we have always been transparent and honest in how we engage with our stakeholders, and we will continue to do so in order to maintain the trust that we have built over the years. Wallace, are you convinced by that statement? Since you're the only one who is there now, are you convinced that that statement is a good one, is really legit, or they're just saying that to avoid litigation? I don't know if Wallace can get me. I'd like to hear from you. Josie Bush said it's true because about the way they pretend to pray. I wonder which God, because I'm sure it's not our Heavenly Father. I've just seen there's a taxpayers day going on Uko State House. Okay, interesting. Dave Kiora said, let's have balls. We are just yapping here day in, day out. We are adopted or killed. One person to have balls, let's eliminate two. I don't understand why people. Why would you even think about terrorists? You guys are idiotic, man. Eti Al-Shabaab watusaidie. You fuckers. You guys, do you know how much terrorism inafanya watu wanaishi? Some of us live in this city. What do you mean Al-Shabaab walipue watu? So we start again fearing that the seat that you're sitting in a bus could be rigged with a bomb. Idiots. Kama huwezi toka kwa street, just shut up. Kama huwezi fanya anything, just shut up. Stop being hizo kizungu zenye nani anatumia. Western Shillao, one of those. You can't be telling people to you are entertaining Mara Army, very extreme decisions without any way out for them, and it's crazy. So yeah, nisisikia tena mtu mwingine akuja kusema pastori za terrorist eti wakuja walipua hawa watu wawili. So what? How does that help us? Is it practical? Ama unataka tu useme kitu tu ufurahie. Let us get done with them, and then what is your plan? Okay, good. Ismail, I see you back.
Yeah, I agree with the previous speaker that we used to have political skirmish, post-election violence before, but what 2007 was, if the other post-election violence were a kid's play, the 2007 was a monster. That's what I meant. I don't in any way refute the claim that we used to have such challenges even under Moi regime. So that's what I wanted to agree with Mr. Wallace, because it will be also prudent to be very factual in our talk, and I really like that comment, so that everyone can get a correct picture of how things were, especially for the younger generations who will be in the space hearing this discussion. And number two also, which I need to reiterate, is about Josephat Karanja. So Josephat Karanja was the fifth vice president, and in 1988 to 1989. So Josephat Karanja's story rings a chord or kind of resembles to Rigathi Gachagua's in some way. Josephat was under Moi, Rigathi also was under Ruto. So these were both Kikuyu vice president and a Kalenjin president. It resonates. But the second thing, they were also taken to the house to be kind of, during those days of Josephat Karanja, we used to say a vote of no confidence to be undertaken, which is the same as the impeachment issue that we are currently discussing. But my point was that apart from the 1963 liberation of the Mau Mau, other Kikuyus, and of course other Kenyans, but a big chunk, we must agree, it was coming from the Kikuyus. The second liberation, which was fight for multi-party, the connection which I wanted to make was that from 89, when Josephat Karanja resigned, and that is a big difference between Josephat Karanja and Mr. Rigathi Gachagua. So Josephat resigned before the vote of no confidence was undertaken in parliament. So he was kind of. But when Josephat Karanja came down from that position, and the Kikuyus were in the opposition, just look at it. 89, then we moved to 90, then we moved to 91, and in December 91, Section 2A is repealed. So the transformation, the removal of Josephat Karanja lit up the biggest community in Kenya, of course with also other communities, but now the force was so huge that it will take 2 years until December of 91 for Section 2A to be repealed and for the country to have its first multi-party election in 92. So in this second liberation from one party state to a multi-party, Kikuyus, we have to agree, when we are reading history, played a big role. Please disclaimer, when we are saying Kikuyus played a big role, there are also other players there. We're just saying they played a major role, but there are also other players. I'm saying this disclaimer so that somebody shouldn't come and start mentioning other people. You don't need to. They were there. But with the descent of Karanja, Kikuyus had been fired up, and we went full force for the second liberation. Now, if we were to use the principle that history repeats itself, we foresee with the descent of Rigathi Gachagua, Kikuyus also being fired up and now pushing for another liberation. This is what we are predicting. I don't know whether we'll cash out, but there's an 80% chance this is what will be happening. We're going to have another change, another shift to another level. But apart from saying so, as Mr. Wallace also put this very well, we need to think who is coming next, rather than just focusing on removing the current part. I'd want to steal a few minutes of the town hall to discuss the issue of our women seeking beauty and how the price of beauty could be very expensive. Condolences to the families of the lady who died while undergoing that surgery, which was just supposed to remove the extra fat, but it ended up piercing the intestines, feces coming out, and infections and death. Jamani, hii urembo ambao tunatafuta, hii ni urembo gani? Ni urembo kwa sababu yako ama ni urembo kwa sababu ya wanaume? Madada zetu, tungeomba mtuambie kama sisi wanaume tunaridhika venye Mungu aliwaumba, venye Karima aliwatengeneza. Saa zingine Wakristo wanasema aliwaumba kwa mfano wake. Mimi kama Muislamu sitasema hivyo, lakini venye Karima aliwaumba inajitosheleza. Kwamba uende uchukue nywele bandia uongeze, mimi kama Ismail hiyo hainifurahishi. Inanizuia tu nikienda kukubusu, nywele zinakuja katikati ya uso yako na yangu, inanipatia kazi mingi ya kutoa nywele. Kwa hivyo mimi hata hainifaidi. Jambo la pili, kupunguza uzito na mafuta kuna njia mbadala. Kupunguza mafuta kuna njia mbadala, itakuwa ni mazoezi na kupunguza kiwango cha chakula cha carbohydrate. Vitu hivyo viwili vimetosha kupunguza uzito, wala hauhitaji kulipa maelfu ya pesa kwenda kupunguza uzito wako. Sasa mwanamke, unapojipamba, je, ni kwa sababu yako? Ni kwa sababu ya wananchi? Ama ni kwa sababu ya mume wako? Je, mume wako amelalamikia kwamba wewe si mweupe? Kwa sababu kuna watu wanatumia mikorogo. Sana sana ukikuja pwani, kuna harusi baada ya wiki mbili inakuja, mtu anajipaka mkorogo anakuwa ni kana kwamba ni Mwarabu. Wiki mbili peke yake. Inamaanisha unajichubua ngozi, unaharibu ngozi yako. Sasa hii maneno ya urembo, tunapotafuta urembo, inamaanisha kwamba kuna tatizo. Vile mwanamke anavyojiangalia, kuna tatizo ndani, si tatizo la nje. Na wanaume saa zingine tunachangia katika matatizo haya. Kivipi? Kwa mfano, kuna mwanamke mweusi, alafu unaenda unatafuta kidosho mwingine, binti lembelembe, binti baidha. Baidha ni mweupe. Mwanamke wako atasema, mume wangu kumbe amecheat na binti mweupe, pengine nikikuwa mweupe pengine atafurahia. Kwa hivyo ikampelekea saa zingine kujichubua ili akuwe mweupe kukuridhisha wewe. Kesho yake mwanamke wewe ni mnene, akaona mwanamume wake amecheat na mwanamke mkonde, pengine huenda akafikiria kwamba nikipunguza uzito hii nikuwe mkonde, mume wangu atanipenda. Uongo. Saa zingine labda wewe ni mkonde, ukapata mume wako amecheat na mwanamke mnono, huenda ikapelekewa wanawake wengine kufikiria pengine labda ningekuwa mnene angenipenda zaidi. Dada yangu, nina nukta moja ningependa kukwambia. Mwanamume, hiyo si shida yako kwamba alitafuta mtu mweupe ama mtu mweusi ama mtu mnene ama mtu mrefu ama mfupi. Hiyo tu ni tamaa yetu kama wanaume. Sasa shida yetu kama wanaume isikupelekee kutafuta kujifananisha na wanawake wengine. Ungekuwa mrefu bado tutatafuta wafupi, ukikuwa mfupi tutatafuta warefu. Inamaanisha sasa uongeze urefu wako ama tukukate mifupi urudi mfupi? Sasa tamaa yetu kama wanaume isikufanye ukafikiria labda ungekuwa na umbo hili ama rangi lile ama hulka hii ama hulka ile pengine mtu wako angekupenda zaidi. Hapana, hiyo tu ni tamaa yetu wanaume. Tumeumbiwa tamaa, na tamaa huwa inatuumiza na saa zingine kutupatia wake wetu shida. Sasa binti uliyekuwa hapa, tafadhali usijitie shida wala dhiki kutafuta urembo usiokuwa na kifani. Jamani, ridhika na umbo lako. Tuko na misingi kama mazoezi, tuko misingi kama kudhibiti mlo wetu, sana sana vyakula vinavyotupatia wanga ama energy ama nguvu kama carbohydrates. Tukizipunguza tutapunguza uzito. Unaweza kuwa pia ukifunga siku moja ukiruka nyingine, itasaidia. Mwisho, mtu huyu anapokufa hii wiki, kuna watu fulani walikuwa wamekufa baadaye. Kusema kweli sina hakika, lakini duru za kuaminika zinasema kulikuwa na watu wengine pia walikuwa wamefariki katika kliniki hiyo ama spa hiyo. Mbona haikufungwa? Labda haikufungwa kwa sababu ya ufisadi. Hii inamaanisha kwamba ufisadi ikitokea, isipodhibitiwa, itarudi na kuathiri watu wengi, hata wale wa tabaka la juu. Mwisho tena, ningependa kumalizia nikisisitiza, wanaume sisi katika hulka yetu tunavutiwa na wanawake ainati tofauti tofauti. Saa zingine tunapenda weupe, baada ya muda tunakuwa na tamaa tunapenda weusi, baada ya muda tunajaribu kutafuta wafupi, baada ya muda tunajaribu kutafuta warefu. Kwa kifupi, vile Mwenyezi Mungu ametuumba sisi, ametuwekea mtihani mkubwa kwa wanawake. Sasa madhaifu yetu, mapungufu yetu yasikufanya wewe ukaenda ukafuatilia hizi hulka ukijaribu kuzifata, kwamba pengine atakupenda zaidi ukiwa mkonde, ukiwa mweupe ukajichubua ngozi. Tafadhali, hiyo si shida yake. Lakini kama labda shida iko upande wako, kwamba unajiangalia katika kioo na ufurahishi na mtu ambaye unamuona katika kioo, tunakubali kwamba lazima utafute tiba ya kisaikolojia pia. Lakini kama ni lazima tupunguze uzito, ni kweli tunakubaliana uzito mkubwa ni gharama. Uzito mkubwa itakupelekea upate ugonjwa wa kisukari, uzito mkubwa itakupelekea upate ugonjwa wa pressure. Hata sisi tunahimiza upunguzwe. Kwa hivyo tukienda kwa nutritionist, daktari wa lishe bora, atakupangia ratiba ya vyakula kadhaa ambavyo utakula na upate uzito wako kama wa kitambo. Lakini mambo ya kwenda kufanya upasuaji, kutia sahihi kwamba nimeelezwa kwamba procedure hii inaweza kuwa na madhara, na nimekubali, nimesoma na kuelewa masharti ya daktari, na natia sahihi kwa mkono wangu nikiwa mtimamu mwenye akili kwamba nimekubali kufanya upasuaji wa namna hii, saini hapo na tarehe. Kusema kweli, jambo kama hilo ni la kutisha, kwa sababu mama huyu kama alikuwa ni mzuri wa afya, lakini leo tunapoteza mtu ambaye tayari alikuwa ni mzuri wa afya, hana kasoro wala dosari kwa viungo vyake, ila tu ni kutafuta tu urembo. Jamani, hata tukitafuta urembo tutafute katika njia ambayo ni ya kibinadamu, njia ambayo ni ya kawaida, kama lishe na kama mazoezi. Shukran sana Bwana Pipita, kwako kwenye studio.
Asante sana Bwana Ismaili. Naona kuna mtu anaitwa Mugala alikuwa ajaribu kuja kwenye mic. Mwingine anaitwa nani? Nilikuwa nimeona Mugala na Malia wakijaribu kuja kwenye mic. So if you can make it to the mic, request the microphone and I'll give you the chance to speak. Whatever Ismail is pointing out is very serious, because a clinic which is registered. Now listen to this, how crazy that is. If you don't know what Ismail is talking about, there's a clinic somewhere which was registered in the name of what do they call it? Counseling services or so of the sort, yeah. So in that counseling services space, they have now decided to do what we call cosmetic surgeries. Yeah. So in the process of doing cosmetic surgeries, one of the patients, who is now this blogger, died. And it was crazy because they're saying like food inaitwaje, intestines zake zilileak. I am not a doctor, but that should be a very painful death. And as Ismail is saying, you might think, huyu jamaa anasema nini? But I think it's very important to also talk to people that you are beautiful the way you are. Jikubali. Lakini mkipata ya masikio mniambia. Ukweli sitatoka Kenya na hii masikio kama imejificha hivi. Hata nimeogopa kwenda kupigwa picha ya DV Lottery because hiyo pesa ili tu niende nikule nyama hapa Baraka Rescue. Because hiyo masikio haipatikani. So kama hiyo clinic wanatengeneza ya masikio wangetengeneza pesa mingi sana kwa sisi watu round face kama mimi. But sasa unaona wame you know most of these beauty clinics they work with the ladies. Raja, wanaume vitu zetu tunataka ku increase size. Zina
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Yenye wanaume wanataka kuongeza size haitaki hiyo chemistry. Hizo wanazipataga kwa duka.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anyway. This is Home Run with Pipi.
How is this show free, man? Yeah, you're listening to Home Run with Pipi. Make sure you umeingia pale hivi kwenye Tifja. Watu wangu, it's the end of the month pale hivi kwenye Tifja line yetu. If you can support us, help us get to keep this space running. We'll really appreciate that. Kwa sasa Tifja iko kwa 00. Nimefikiria tu sahi ama mimi pia niende hiyo surgery. Unajua labda nikiongeza size alafu nifungue account unajua ya OnlyFans because hapa X haina benefit honestly, tuambiane ukweli. Sasa wewe kila siku tip. Sasa ningekuwa huko hivi kwa ile site nyingine ningekuwa tu nalipwa in dollars So tafadhali kama hao maconman wenye wanaanzisha hizi pia kindly focus on men as well. Sio kufikiria vitambi. Honestly, wanaume wachache sana naweza hesabu 5 wenye wanataka kutoa vitambi. Kuna vitu serious zetu tunataka kuongeza size. Kuna kitu kama kuongeza ticking timer ile tukaita ticker tape timer. Kitu kama hiyo tuongeze masaa kutoka 2 minutes ifike kama 2.5 minutes. Hiyo nayo unaweza pata biashara sana. Na sijui nifungue hiyo biashara because honestly mambo ya podcast hizi nisaidia. So men, welcome to Pipi's Clinic. Hata jina yenyewe inasema ni ya kazi gani. So men, you don't have to worry. I got you. Bei ni ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Tunaongeza size per inch. Unajua ni nini naongelea? Masaa pia tunaongeza na masekunde. So kindly men, mimi nimechoka. Hata umerealize ladies mostly ndo wanakuwa conned. Ikifika wanaume yenu mkikoniwa, okay, ndani anaweza kama utukweli sasa tukweli nilinunua mafuta 30 ml ya kuongeza inches alafu nikapata kumbe nimenunua Arimis.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
There's like a company which has really taken part in this milking jelly business. Yeah, I don't want to give them free marketing because they already pay a lot of money to Citizen and others. So they have this lady who's always speaking on how milking, but they're not even showing any cows. They're like, nah, milking jelly. Where are the cows you are milking, Salima? Show me the cows. Come on. Anyway, so ladies, we like you the way you are. Kama uko na base, kuna mtu wako. Kama wewe ni light skin, kuna mtu wako. Kama wewe ni dark skin, kuna mtu wako. If you're tall, of course it's not me, but there is someone who will like you. Okay? Sure. So if you're, yeah, mimi sitaki wasichana warefu bana. I am too stubborn. I don't want someone to anza nipiga ngoto from above. I want to see her coming. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Okay, good. So as I'm saying, for our ladies and men, even for our men, when you break up with your women, let us stop with the body shaming. Unajua hii body shaming kidogo tunafanya hapa ndio inafanya our ladies wanakuwa na hizi dysmorphia. They hate their bodies. If you break up with someone, and also ladies, unajua inaenda both ways, because also ladies, hii nasema alafu niweke jingle. Ladies will tell you, wenyewe ukweli, Ismail, I used to love you, but masaa yako kweli yalikuwa mafupi kushinda headlines.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
You're listening to Home Run with PP Town Halls Fridays here, where we talk about our country and the Kenya I want, of course. I see Ismail Luta is here and Malia Davis. Ismail, you wanted to battle before I started pushing my business idea. Lakini a business idea means as I follow through. Very, very workable.
I wanted to tell you a story of there was one high school where there was a young man in the senior school who was endowed with a big penis, and he used to walk sometimes naked in the dorms, flaunting it to other students, and he used to see himself as the King Kong. But what happened after moving from the school, coming back to the society, he realized girls didn't want to have any sexual encounter due to his humongous big penis. And so he resorted now to paying prostitute for the sexual favors. But even the prostitute, upon seeing what they were about to undertake, they will agree to forfeit the money and spare their lives. So the big, humongous penis which the young man used to flaunt in high school by walking naked in the dorms became a source of distress because no one wanted to partake the sexual act with him. So what one day you may think it's a big thing and important to you, it may turn out to be your sorrow. Number two, let me get personal and give you my story. In our family, we have tuko na kipara from the father side. So I used to hate this kipara so much until 2019. So what happened in 2019? A patient came to the hospital, and that day I had my fellow doctor, and he asked, I want to do a cesarean section. So that doctor came and said, I'm here, let's book you. The patient looked at that chap and said, you seem to be very young. When did you even learn to do a cesarean section? I don't want you. Get me another doctor. So I was called, and this patient looked at me and said, this chap now seems to be a bit older. I think you are the one who will do this cesarean section. I told him, look, stop this foolishness. This doctor is 2 years older than me. So it's just because ya hii kipara ya familia, lakini huyu ni mkubwa wangu kiumri. So listen, this week, this doctor is the one who is inpatient. He'll do that surgery. But from that time, I started loving my kipara. So at one point, you may hate something, but it's good. Let's go to Vitambis. There's some position in this Kenya, especially in the corporate. You come with a slim body without a kitambi, you are likely to be denied this position. For example, you want to be a CEO, na umekuja wewe ni mkonde hapo. Wanasema pipi ndiye anataka kukula pesa yetu anone. But mtu mwingine anakuja na kitambi. Huyo jamaa kitambi is more likely to get that position. Just analyze these things. My conclusion, msichana unaweza pendwa kwa sababu tu ya miguu yako, something which has nothing to do with sexual act. Msichana mwingine anaweza pendwa tu kwa sababu ya mapua yake. Mwingine anaweza pendwa tu kwa sababu ana smile. Sometimes some girls are just loved without a reason. So these issues of perfection, body perfection, please, is just a lot of business. which will be killing our ladies. We need to revert back and stay as natural as possible. But in terms of religion, in terms of theology, when you start changing parts of your body, it's like you are telling the maker, oh God, you seem to have been lazy in designing and creating me. How so did you give me this kind of nose? How so did you give me this kind of ears? How so did you give me this size of buttocks? You did a great disservice to me. So this is like what you are telling the creator. So in terms of theology, in terms of religion, it's bad. Let's be happy with what we have, because some people don't have even those body parts. Some people don't even have legs. Some are not able to see, but you have your eyes, whether small or big. Appreciate them. Thank you. Pipi, are you there? Oh, Malia, you can proceed.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that we are discussing about people not being satisfied with the way they look and all that, but there's a bigger problem with this issue, which we are not seeing. The company called Body by Design, the license that it has is a license of, they are not supposed to be doing operations, major operations, like that one for this lady, which was done on the abdomen, which is called liposuction. They are not supposed to be doing that kind of an operation. They don't have the license for that. On top of that, the doctor who did that operation is not a licensed surgeon. So he's just a doctor. He's not a licensed surgeon. No wonder he messed up. But you see, this is why I keep reiterating that, you see, some of these things we see in our society in Kenya, and we trivialize them, or we think it's just it's part of life. It's not. It's endemic, and it's indicative of the rot and the basically the failed, living in a failed state. Because if you are living in a country where there is a government which is working, a clinic cannot be, and this is not the first person who has died under this clinic, which is called Body by Design. Last time there was a lady who died, I think a year or 2 years back. She was being done a breast enlargement operation. She died. In this case, I understand when she started even having problems, instead of calling an ambulance to take her to the hospital, they had to wait for the doctor to come and take the lady, or I don't know, he had switched the phone off. And these are things which cannot happen in a society where there's supposed to be we have county government, which is supposed to be issuing out this license. We have the ministry, we have health inspectors and all that, who should be going around. It's very dangerous. And now the country that we live in here as Kenya, I think where things have gotten, you just have to realize that you are on your own. You are not living in a country with a functional government, so they cannot protect you. They cannot protect you from murderers. They cannot protect you as a woman from femicide. They cannot protect you as a woman who goes as a patient to go and do beauty, whatever surgery. They can't, because this person who was doing this license, and in fact, like in this country, malpractice, even me, I've ever lost somebody to, it was not a cosmetic, but a real, like a medical surgery. You can do whatever you want. Have you ever had the doctor has been jailed for or even charged, even paid damages to a patient because of malpractice? There is nothing like that. And that's why I'm telling you, Kenyans, we need to wake up and realize we are living in a failed state. In fact, the right word for it is failed state. Mtu anaenda anafungua nini yake, kliniki yake, anakuja anachukua nini ya kanjo, because and I saw that license imeandikwa counseling ward. So they are not allowed to actually do surgeries there, but they are doing. And in fact, the person who is doing is not even a surgeon. So what does that really tell you? And by the way, this is not somebody who is a raia. This is a prominent Kenyan, a wife of a prominent Kenyan. And the other one also, because they charge the prices they charge for those surgeries sio pesa kidogo. So it's not just anybody who can go to those clinics, but because people know that in Kenya you can mint money and bribe your way, you go and do an operation that is supposed to be done in a hospital with full facilities for emergency in case the person goes into coma or anything happens, their pressure, because things happen during operation. And that's why they usually say that you operate in a facility where there can be emergency services in case things go wrong. Yeah. But now mtu anaenda anachukua nini a place, a clinic somewhere, anachukua nyumba tu from a commercial building, unaweka some machines there, then you bring somebody who is not even a surgeon, who is not even experienced, because munataka hiyo pesa, and you know there's nowhere you'll be. And mark my words, the doctor who did this, if this was in a country with our functional government like America, this is a very serious case. This guy by now he would be in jail behind bars. He would be sentenced to jail and he would pay damages to this family. And that clinic would be closed for endangering lives of people. Instead, this is a clinic which has already killed another woman with breast enlargement surgery. They also did it in the same facility. They didn't, when things started not working out, instead of rushing, getting ambulance to rush her to the hospital, they dilly-dallied there trying to hide their mistake until the woman died. So we can't continue like this, Kenyans. Let me tell you, because you see, this is what happens when people are in a failed state. Sio medical. Mimi saizi naweza amua I go and open my nini ya kufanya whatever I want to do. Niende ni bribe watu kanjo, wanipatia license that I'm a clinic, I don't know for what. Then I go and get just mtu mwenye ametoka med school kuja ufanye hii procedure, wacha nikuonyesha venye inafanywa. Then we kill somebody. We don't even feel any fear. I mean, we don't, and when I tell you Kenya where you have reached, you don't even value human life. You are a doctor, you know that mtu akianza kupata complications post-op, you are supposed to rush them to the hospital. You are even supposed to be in a facility which can be able to sort them. But if you are not, you're supposed to get an ambulance, rush the person to hospital to save their life. But wewe hauna hiyo. You are like, this is Kenya. Kwani watanipeleka wapi? This is Kenya. We'll just bribe our way. This is Kenya. Hata ikienda kotini, will bribe the church. That is, so when I tell you this country is a failed state, or we are heading on that lane of being like a Kenya, DRC and Somalia and the rest. Okay, it may not be to that extent, but the things which are happening, one thing after the other, and that's what it's indicative of. Munafanya things outside the judiciary, munafanya, I mean, outside of the constitution. If you are a medic, you just go and open you know, like the one for Irimo, you remember the gynecologist who was raping women he's not even a gynecologist, he's a nurse, and he was raping, dragging women and then raping them when they're under medication, when they are sleeping. So when I tell you hatuwezi endelea hivi, because if this can happen to a prominent, what about ule mwananchi wa chini mwenye anaendaga tu kwa kibanda ya hospital because hana pesa ya kwenda kwa major hospital, maybe anaenda kwa, that's why do we pay taxes in this country? Why do we have health inspectors? Wanatakikana waende. In fact, if this was the first case tungesema, this is a second case and not far back. So what happened the last time when mwanamke alikufa hapo akifanywa breast enlargement and nothing was done? We never even, there was nothing. And now here is another one amekufa because of it's being called what? Hiyo ya kutoa mafuta kwa tumbo. Kenya, we cannot continue like this, by the way. It's either we have a government who we are paying taxes to protect us and to do the work of government. Ama basi, if it is like that, whereby we don't have, if today your daughter is murdered like that MCS woman, you can't get redress. If today a doctor who is masquerading to be a surgeon comes and does whatever, you will not be able now to do, you cannot take them to court, you cannot do anything. Ukiwapeleka kotini, they just bribe. They bribe in city council to, when the inspectors come there, they have a license which is not supposed to be for doing those kinds of things. In a normal country, that's a very serious issue. It is Sonko who I'm seeing putting on the internet that this is somebody who is not allowed to do operation, and even that clinic is not supposed to do that kind of a procedure there, and the kind of things that they did. Wengine, it even goes to an extent daktari anajua amebotch, then anazima simu. What does that tell you? Umetoka kuharibu mtu, you know this person even probably will not make it out, then unazima simu. What does that tell you? You know you are living in a lawless country, in a failed state. Vyenye mtu DRC anaweza fanya hivyo because anajua kwani utanipeleka wapi? Hakuna serikali. There's no accountability. So long as I'm minting my money, I mint my money from these women, and then after that nilipa kickback. I'm very saddened by the trend that we are going. But let me tell you, from now onwards, this is just a tip of iceberg. Unaona hizo vitu zote zinaweza kuja. Femicide, mara ni hii mambo ya Kindiki going against the constitution, ndio huyu sasa mwingine amekufa, the second person in the same clinic. This is what you can expect under this government. And we cannot agree to this, kwa sababu the point of us paying taxes is so that we can be able to have an organized society which has controls, not everybody doing what they want. Because kama tukisema sasa kila mtu afanye venye anataka, kesho nifungue kibanda hapo alafu niue mtu hapo, then I just zima my phone and disappear. CID ama whoever they are, DCI, NSIS, they can track you, they can track our core, they can track our core and others activists where they are, but they cannot track a doctor mwenye ametoka kuua mtu doing an operation which is not qualified to do. They cannot track that one. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Malia, for raising that concern. Of course, the statistic that has really shook me so much is that how many percent? 97 ladies have been killed in the past 3 months. Killed, eh? They're not saying if it's serial killers on the loose. It's just a news piece. And then we see also this issue of such quacks walking around. They're really walking around, yeah? They are quacks who got a certificate for counseling services, opened a shop for, what do you call it? They opened a shop for what we call beauty services, and they were doing liposuction. Now you see, these procedures they are very expensive because they're what we call beauty procedures, yeah. And I don't understand how that procedure was done inside. It's like a massage parlor. Let's just call it as this. It's a massage parlor, yeah. But if you look at it again, watu wenye wanapoteza hapo pesa ni millionaires ndo wanatagetiwa, because I don't think there's a situation where you find someone from the ghetto affording 1.5 million for a liposuction. So it definitely is, it is targeted to a specific demographic, or what we call age, financial level, yeah. So Malia, there's also that we also need to be alive to that fact that there are people who actually wanajiweza ndo wanatagetiwa hapa, unaona. And why? Because they know, okay, these ones wanaweza toa pesa, otherwise they wouldn't be targeting them, right?
Pipita, let me ask you something. Whether you have money or not, don't you have a right as a citizen of this country who pays taxes in this country,
yeah,
to feel safe that if I go to a hospital or if I go to a place where they say they are doing this, then they will do that, and if I will be given a doctor, it's a qualified doctor. But you see, in our country, and this is not only cosmetic surgery. Let's not trivialize it because it's cosmetic surgery. This country, I can tell you, I've grown up in this country. This is a country whereby you enter in a hospital, even just a normal hospital, these private hospitals. Mtu anaangalia cover yako, anaanza kupiga mahesabu. Yes, mtu ako na cover ya 1 million ya inpatient, what can I do to be able to meet that money? You know, because of the lawlessness which is in this country, and that's why I'm telling you, this lawlessness may permeate to all spheres of society, to the extent that sahi we are living in a kind of environment kama nchi yenye haina serikali. Because I can assure you, if something like this happened, for example, in Rwanda, those guys by now, they would all be in jail, starting from the owner of the business. Everybody wangekuwa ndani, waiting now for the case to go on, because that is murder. That is murder. There's nothing else. If me, I'm not qualified to do an operation, na nikuje nikufanyia operation pipita, that is not manslaughter. That is murder. You are supposed to be either death sentence, ama whatever. Because how? So, pipita, what I'm telling you, I've been in this country, and let me tell you, you are not safe. You're even in a hospital itself, you are not safe, particularly private hospitals. Mtu anakuangalia, anaona, they can even do for you unnecessary operation. How many times, me myself, how many times I've refused to be done operation? Mpaka ninaambua ni sign, there's that document wanasemanga that you left the hospital against the instruction of the doctor and that the hospital will not be liable. Na sasa hiyo mtu tu amekuangalia, you don't even have. There's a time I was having some abdominal pain, nikatumwa kwa scan. Wakafanya scan, there's nothing, and then the doctor is still insisting there ati anataka kunioperate. Nikamuuliza, unataka kuoperate nini na scan is showing nothing? You know, other times you find maybe you are just having a small toothache, unaenda kwa dentist, anakwambia I want to do for you root canal. Root canal for what? Just because it will make him money at my expense. How many people wamefanywa unnecessary surgeries in this country? This country right now, even when you're going under the knife, you are not even sure kama utatoka. Haven't you had cases whereby mtu ameenda amefanywa CS, the next time akienda hospitali anagunduliwa she only has 1 kidney, ameibiwa kidney. Hapo ndio tumefika. And that's why I'm telling you, when you live in a country which is going to be, which is deteriorating and descending into anarchy and lawlessness, becoming a failed state, these are the things. Ama hujasikia hiyo kitu ati unaingia kwa operation unatoka na kidney moja. Sometimes hata wanakuambia ufanye operation and there's no need, and they charge you for the operation and they still steal your kidney. Things are not good in this country. In fact, me nowadays, hata ninaambiaga watu, better take care of your health. Take care of your health so that you'll not be having to deal with this doctor, because everybody has capitalized on this madness, capitalistic madness, which is in this country of making money at all costs. There's no conscience in this country. And you see, conscience, it has to be brought on by who? By our faith, the churches, and by the state. If the churches, they're also in a money minting operation, what do you expect? If the state itself, it doesn't give a damn, it can sell it's willing to even sell its people, so long as mtu atajirike, because that's how we have become. Their countries, at US and Western countries, they are capitalistic, but there has to be order. You know, there has to be order. We cannot just be living like watu wenye wanaishi pali yenye kila mtu anafanya chenye anataka, because the bottom line is the money. So long as you make the money, it doesn't matter what you do, and there's nobody who is going to stand as government and tell you, no, you cannot do A, B, C, D, and if you do this, we are going to do this. But now, if at all everything is compromised, the police is compromised, the courts are compromised, those so-called health inspectors, wale wenye building inspectors who are supposed to make sure that a building is good so that it doesn't collapse on people, they are compromised. Bora wamelipwa pesa, the people who will be collapsed for in that building, shauri yenu, nyinyi ndio hamna pesa. So Kenyans, what I can tell you, let's not trivialize these things that we are seeing right now. By the way, me, I can tell you, Mimi, and by the way, I have my own best friend, alienda Nairobi hospital, she had an ear infection. Mama mwingine Msomali, she's my very good friend. Akaambua, she had just ear infection. Daktari kuona kuna pesa kwa nini kwa kadi, he's like, wacha tukufanya operation. She did not even need an operation. She went in for the operation, wakamtoa eardrum. Now she's deaf in one ear na anatumia hearing aid, Nairobi Hospital. So when I tell you that in this country hakuna mtu mwenye ako safe, it is actually what is there, the fact. Whether you have the money, whether you don't have the money, we are all in danger when we are living in a failed state with systems which are not working for us, because the whole point of us having a government sio kutajirisha watu, it's to protect ourselves, our interest, as because me as a citizen, I can't go and protect myself from a rogue doctor or a rogue clinic. The government is there to do it for me, so that when I go to a clinic, I know that I'm safe, that the government has checked this clinic, it is good, it's okay. The doctor who I'm being given is a qualified doctor. Juu huwezi enda uanze kuitisha madaktari certificate. Bula, show me your certificate kama umefanya surgery wewe. Back to you in the studio.
Hey, Peter, is there anyone speaking?
Kipita ni kama amelala, go on.
Hey, Malia, I've been listening, I think, for the last 20 minutes, and I agree with you 100%. I happen to be in the field of health and exercise, and I'm in the diaspora right now. Sorry about the background noise. So basically, I've heard about those cases of liposuction, cosmetic surgery gone wrong, and I saw Charlo talking about 7 cases. So first of all, let's accept that the system is not working. Then we can, let's look at the problem first. What's from the system not working? What's the root cause of all this? See, most of us can like go back to when we were in high school. I have a lot of friends. I don't want to name names. Some of them got the things, the paper, like answers and all that. They got straight A's, but they couldn't even do anything in med school. So, the other day I was joking with my wife. I was telling my wife, like, look, there's this guy in KNH. He's a surgeon, But I know this guy. He has said it before, and we know him. The guy got the papers, like the leakage and all that, So all the A's, like the exams was just faked, So he just got the answers, a few days before. Because I think his mom was also a teacher and was in the setup of the exam, So that's where the problem starts, So I'm not saying all doctors are not good or qualified, but the system is in disarray, The whole system, People going to the engineering school with the botched results, The other day we saw some schools, students getting straight A's. And nothing happened to them, This guy goes to campus and you realize that your deskmate had an A and they're doing IT, and they can't even do a system setting, like a very simple basic computer, like they can't do anything, Then you're like, oh my God, where are we? And you expect me to trust my child to go to that doctor who used to be my classmate. I know them, See, the system is just that way, And this guy brags as a doctor, So anyway, going back to the topic, as I said before, I'm in the field of fitness. I'm in the field of health. I work mostly with people who have diabetes. People want to reduce body fat and all that. I'm not a doctor. So the first thing that should happen when these deaths happen, someone has to be held accountable if the system work, Like, who gave this license, The person who did this surgery, were they qualified for that, Unfortunately, after that happened, I saw the same center, I think beauty center or wherever, they had some lawyers come up, already defending them, that the lady did not die in the facility, they died in the hospital. I mean, it's back to the bullshit legal battle, that has been seen in this country from the impeachment and all that, Anyway, see, I've been in UAE for like 14 years. I'm one of the pioneers of something called Dubai Fitness Challenge. So one time when we were in Dubai, a lot of Kenyans were here. We had a lot of trainers from Russia and across the world, British, US, everywhere. So one time, one of the sons of Sheikh Zayed, the late, had a trainer, a British trainer. And the trainer convinced this guy to take some fat burners. And guess what? The guy died. So the story was hidden, the system here is not like democracy. You can't talk about it. So what happened next changed the lives and professionalism here forever. So each and every trainer was mandated to be like to requalify to be like personal trainers and fit and healthness professionals. So what does that mean? So they formed a body called REPS, Registrar of Exercise and Fitness Professionals in UAE. So for you to get certification, you had to go through the exam, which was provided for by the UK body, and you had to get some practical skills and all that. This was across, and then you had to pay a lot of money for it. A lot of people failed and left the country, and all the quacks were like Sean the door. They changed their profession. Luckily, I did my studies in KU. I did sports sciences. I went ahead and did sports management. I did physiotherapy and all that. So I was good. Exams were tough, but I qualified first sitting. And I became a qualified personal trainer. The same case is not in Kenya. We have a lot of trainers in Kenya who are influencers, They don't even know what they are doing, I'm sorry to say. So the industry has to be streamlined, It took the son of the ruling family to die. So we need to realize that they need to streamline the industry of fitness, and to pay the trainers what they deserve. A trainer in UAE, Europe is respected. The exams they do, the profession, it's tough, I can tell you that it's tough. Even for graduates, after spending 5 years in KU, it's tough, but we managed it. So why am I bringing that? There's something someone brought out about the rich are the one dying because they can afford it. I'm sorry to say, but that is not entirely the case. There's something called lack of information. And someone before also spoke about if you go to a board meeting, I don't know, and you are skinny, you will not be picked as CEO or that. And this is the kind of thinking that we need to get rid of. If you've been outside Kenya in the diaspora, that doesn't matter. I've been in board meetings whereby the CEO is like 28 years old lady. She is so fit, athlete, I've seen African guys who are good, fit, work out, So this thing of people must have sijui tummy, kitambi, we need to get rid of this myth. The same logic is using is the same that some Kenyans use that Uhuru is rich, he cannot steal and all that, We cannot measure that, unfortunately. We don't know that that's just an assumption, So back to the point again, the government needs to streamline. I remember when I first worked in Kenya, we were the pioneers of the course of sports sciences. And I remember my parents asking me, what are you going to study? What is this? You're going to do sports in campus? Are you serious? Being pioneers in this field, all of us got jobs. I went to the military, I got a chance opportunity. My friends became cadets and all that. We had a lot of opportunities in Kenya. I got a chance to go to I was at the Kiganjo sports. I worked under Balal under sports ministry. We were the pioneers in the field. We even came up with proposals to streamline the industry of sports. and all that. Unfortunately, everything was just put to garbage, to the dustbin. And that's why we had to seek greener pastures and go to where systems work. So if the government is serious about saving the lives of people, the first thing they need to disembark on the information that someone must have big nyash and all that. Most of you been in the diaspora or in the fitness industry, big nyash is something called android obesity. So you realize that when there's something called percent body fat and assessment and all that, I can't go into details, but I think there's not much time for that. But ladies need to realize that when you have a lot of fat, you can actually work it out through diet, through nutrition. You see, there's a joke that someone told me that if you go to US, the poor people are the ones who eat at McDonald's and KFC. In Africa, if you go to Westlands, for example, in Kenya, it's the rich people who are eating trash, people who are eating fast food. The rich people have invested in information. They are very smart nowadays. Look at the billionaires, look at their body, look at people they hang out, they're fit. They are informed. They know how to take care of the body. So they don't know how to put it, but that's a fact. So I'll be hanging around, listening to what you guys are saying, and I hope I've put some sense into some stuff there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that as well. I don't know if you guys can get me. Unajua naenda kuongelesha mtu nikamwambia you guys akafikiria na mdharau, kumbe nimezoea kuongelesha tu 7 days 5 days a week nikiita you guys. Malia, can you hear me? Japonji, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, looks like I've lost Malia.
No, I can get you. I'm
Kidogo
hearing you.
tu ujipate kwenye listeners. I want to point it out that today is a very special day hapa hivi kwenye tipja yetu. Ismail Luta ametufungulia tipja kidogo 2000. Hii wiki imekuwa very dangerous and it's that week that we raise the space fees za hii rent ya studio yetu hapa hivi ndani. But anyway, if you like what I'm doing, there's a tipja line 0721948229 to drop your support. I heard the fact that most of the rules that we see worldwide have to be written on people's blood. Somebody has to die for that to happen. But the question is, do we really learn as a people? Because I think after Mugo, was it called Mugo something? After Mugo, that fake doctor Mugo, I think we should have had more stringent rules when it comes to having doctors, and that even touches heavily on the KMPDC, the Medical Practitioners Board, because now they are the ones who issue licenses. Yeah, so you can't tell me that KMPDC did not know there is these people market, and that is why I say you cannot plead ignorance. These people market their services on TikTok. You'll see them on mostly on TikTok and Instagram, before and after videos, and there's also I would like to hear from Ismail Luta himself that there's that form you sign for those people who have never been to surgery. There's a form that you sign that you say, okay, it's called a waiver, where you say, okay, for me, nimekubali kwenda chini at the blade, and whatever happens, happens. I think there's that form. So how do you go to a cosmetic, I don't know. So here it's a utepetevu on both sides. The government on its side in terms of licensing. Opening a hospital is not like opening a business that you get a BR12 and you start a business. No. It's a whole uko na barua clearances. Sijui nani amekuclear, sijui nani anafa kukuclear. All these people have to clear you before you even think about getting into opening a hospital, KMPDC, Pharmacies and Poisons Board. Right now, the insurance Ministry of Health has to have a letter of view. In fact, you have to also have a business permit. Of course, the county has to be there. All of this, you have to be registered with NITA. You have to be registered with the NSSF, of course, for you to remit for your staff. So all of these are going to that. So you can't tell me all these organizations did not catch these people on the gate. So there's somebody who caught them by the gate, and when they caught them by the gate, what did they do? They decided, wacha tucheze chini. And that is what I think happened. Walicheza chini, and that is what is happening right now. Somebody's blood is spilled again. And you know, it will happen again and again and again, you know, until we decide it's not worth it. And you know, these accidents, when it comes to cosmetic accidents, they're not happening here in Kenya alone. It's not like it's new enough in Kenya. You know, there are people who have also had this, and they botched, you know, surgeries. But sasa sisi hapa kwetu, what is that? You know, why would someone with a license for a clinic anataka kunani? Eh? So Ismail is saying it's raining on his side, he can't speak. (14:07) East African time. It's a town hall. Tunaongea roho kwa roho, you know. We are discussing various issues, and that's why we call it our town hall, where Kenyans come and tell us what they have in their hearts. I believe we have a lot of things going on, and at some point we need to have a vent space where people just come and speak their heart, and this is it. Hapa hivi tunajaribu kupatia watu chance ya kuongea kuhusu what they have seen and what is happening in the country. Of course, don't get me started on that fake exam. Okay, it's actually not fake. So what I saw in the news item was that these directors decided exam ya last year. You know what people do in the clubs? Ikibamba sana unarudia. So they I think they had not been registered with the NEC, and they did not tell the teachers, the parents. So they went and brought the same exam that was done last year, so that the students could do it this year. So when the students went home, the students were told, msiseme kitu yote imefanyika. But it looks like the kids had already revised this one. And of course, watoto hawezi danganya. The kids went and said, hey, mom, ni kama tulifanya past paper. So on further prodding, they found out that indeed the kids had done an exam that was non-existent. So it's a conundrum now for them. Should they do another exam? Watamakiwa nini? Unajua. So anyway, that is Zeto wonders that we'll always never cease. Hapa hivi. Request the microphone and talk to us. This is Homeland, and PP comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. Something interesting Japonji has mentioned, right? That he got a chance to be a military guy, but he chose to move out. Why? Wewe hutaki mambo ya duftwaf.
Peter. So this is one. So like you know the normal university model in Kenya. So you do your 3 years, 4 years hapo, alafu kuna konga na ile internship. So during this time, you know, we were like pioneers kwa hii field ya sports science and management. So when we reached 4th year, we were looking for opportunities, the internship. So then we realized we started with like almost 70 students per year. Wengine walifail along the way, wengine wakachange courses to become and all that, you know. As we stayed, because we were like, this is what we were picked for and this is what we are good at, you know. Iko na sciences kadhaa hapo zenye tunaelewa. So we got kila mtu alipata like 5 opportunities za intern, and these interns were paid for. Alafu one of our professors alikuwa like ex-military, unajua, so akatuambia kama mtu anataka kuwa cadet and all that, kuna opportunity, you go there, alafu ukuwe stationed in their training facility, ukuwe trainer, unajua. So the only thing me iliniturn down, I was like the breadwinner of the family, and ile pesa tulikuwa tunataka kupewa that time ilikuwa, unajua, ni pesa ya jeshi and all that, sijui lazima ukae sijui 7 months, hizo 8 months, sijui basic train, all that. Mi hiyo time as a pioneer na mtu alikuwa focus, nikasema ai, mimi saizi my friends joined, they're there in the military, some of them saizi ni kama wako higher ranks, which is okay, it took them some time, I respect that. Wengine walienda police kiganjo. Me, I took the mandate of the research, tulienda huko kufanya research, kuangalia the methods of training. So we realized that ile training yenye PDF na Kenya police they're going through, hawana ile strength yenye minimum requirement. For example, in the research, these were like classified papers that time, but after 10 years inakuanga unclassified. So we realized like the Kiganjo police ile training wanafanya, wanachukuanga tu athlete, anaweka hapo, wanakimbia 3M 2M, that's the training, alafu gun, all that. There is no other training. That's why police wakitoka nje wanakuanga tu gain fat, unajua, they can't run most of them unless they're athletes. So we came up with a lot of solutions around that, kuja na training facility and all that. Mimi sikuingia kwa military, mi nilienda option ya sports management and all that, and physiotherapy, hizo that line, unajua, juu I wanted job, unajua. So third year nikapata intern job which was paying well, unajua, in Kenya. So I was nikaingia sasa ile unaenda shule unafanya job part time, unajua, juu I had to pay bills, unajua. So and then after that fourth year, fifth year hapo, unajua, tukamaliza course. By fifth year all of us tulikuwa na jobs kwa Ministry of Sports hapo, wengi walikuwa Ministry of Health, Ministry of Sports like district sports officer hivyo. Mi sikutaka hizo nini juu I had a very high purpose or vision. So mi nikapatata job. I was managing one of the biggest club in private club for mostly MPs wanaenda in Kenya, but ile post election violence things happened, and yeah, so me hiyo ili nikafly nikatoka Kenya, then I opted for UAE, then yeah, that's where I am now, but I to Kenya every 6 months. So that's what happened, unajua. So what I'm trying to say is there is no like professional body that regulates things like sports professionals. For example, saizi hata ukienda Kenya, I can tell you that utafute tu train hapo social media, alafu anakutrain, alafu you ask this guy basic questions, ajui, unajua, nutrition. And see, that's why in countries like Kenya unapata mtu wako so much on underrated trainers. Hizi problems zote za nyash na hizo cosmetic surgeries, they can be solved by good trainers who are informed. 90% of those cases, get. So that's why I was very so me, I'm trained to prevent you from going to the doctor. Mambo ya nutrition, diabetes, hizi vitu zote, these are like health conditions, they're not even diseases. These are things you can control by diet and fitness. Imagine. So that's where I come from. Doctor lazima ngoje ukuwe mgonjwa ndio akutibu, and otherwise ukienda OC and you think you're sick, utapelekwa psychiatric ward or whatever. So that's where I come from. So that's my passion, my life, helping people not to go to doctors by becoming fit, healthy, and healthy choices, unajua. So me, I'm like anti-liposuction unless it's mandatory, like umefika ile weight ya 250 kilos ama 180, but mtu wako 65 70, wengine wanaenda liposuction wako like 90 kilos. This is just disciplined diet and eating well. Mtu anafanya liposuction after 4 months tena amegain weight, unajua. So that's where I come from, unajua. I wish there was a forum where we can talk about this only, unajua, because it's a very wide topic. Very, very well. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Japonji, for also painting a picture of that, of that issue of lipo and all that. Nano ameshare. Unajua watu hawajui. He actually has the guts to delete my tweet and post his. Wow. My God. Watu wa aina gani hawa? Anyway, you're listening to Home Run PP 22 minutes past the hour. Ismail Luta, mvua imepungua.
We pipi ni aje?
Ni poa na kusikia.
We hii story tumekubali. We have weaker systems in health. We have scrupulous people who register their spa stroke their clinic to do one thing but also do a different thing. But I liked your point when you say that people die in this cosmetic surgery not only in Kenya, but we have also had cases in Spain. There was a former Nigerian president whose wife traveled from Nigeria to Spain to do the same procedure, but later died in a registered clinic by registered profession, well trained. So the issue is that any surgery usually has some risks, whether in a clinic corner or whether in the John Hopkins Hospital in US. Any surgery will have some risk. That's why you usually have to sign the consent to show that you went there willingly. So my point is, can we change our mind so that we don't have to reach to these clinics, whether registered or not, whether in Kenya or in Spain? Can we shift? Can we have a mind shift, a paradigm shift, the way we see our beauty, so that we don't even reach at the doors of those clinics, even if it's the best of the best plastic surgeons will be handling it. Why am I saying so? Let's just use the simple example ya kujitoboa masikio. You come in January unapata mrembo amejitoboa masikio mara moja, in February ametoboa mara mbili, by December unaona ametoboa mara nne. It's becoming addictive. Unazubaa ameenda ametoboa mapua, ukizubaa kidogo ametoboa kitovu, ukizubaa tena ametoboa kwa juu hapo kwa karibu na clitoris. Sasa tu ni mrembo anajitoboa na hajatoboa maisha. So what's causing this mrembo to be putting holes in her body? It's something psychologically, because kama ni beauty, ukitoboa mara moja masikio tunaelewa, you can have earrings and you'll be beautiful. But what necessitates you to have like 6 holes running along your ears, mzee, then to the nose, then to the tongue, then to the navel, kitovu. After your drama yote, then you put it to the clitoris. And pipi, if you have ever kissed a girl with mwenye amejitoboa, some even go to the lips. Mzee, jamaa ameka ring, manze amejitoboa kwa lips bana, ameka ring. Pipi, if you have ever kissed such a lady, it's painful, especially you haven't kissed for a long time, then you meet such a lady, then you kissed her. You can end up injuring your tongue, bwana, in some of these things. So I don't want to be very graphic, but some of these things may even injure the male partners. They may cause more harm than good. So what is the psychological issues underlying these things of chasing beauty? I think that's what we need to talk. If we can talk about that, then we prevent even people from reaching those clinics, stroke spas, stroke beauty parlors. It will be good, so that we can have a healthy society whereby through natural food and natural exercise, the way the previous speakers succinctly put it, it will be beneficial. Wewe hizo drama zote sijui makucha za plastic, now you keep on scratching our backs, causing us trauma bwana, causing us scars in our bodies. What for? We just want simple ladies with their natural hair, with their natural color, as simple as that. But hizi vitu za kuweka fake nails bwana, sijui kulikuwa na operation nyingine hapo alikuwa anasema Brazilian buttock race, sijui boob job. Hizi vitu zote jamani, hii kierere yote, is it because of us? No, it shouldn't be because of men. This is your problem. As a lady, this will be a you thing. Because for us, we don't care. Kama hiyo matiti imelala na umenyonyesha watoto, we appreciate you the way you are. So hii mambo sijui ya Brazilian buttocks. So Brazilian buttocks, hata ukikuwa kwa nyumba, si ati utakuwa umesimama kila saa tunaona hiyo rasa. So you'll be seated down bwana. You know, hii mentality ya walevi matako kubwa, hiyo ni mentality ya drunk people. Sisi we appreciate you the way you are, the way you are patient. Shida siku hizi ni every girl outside here, girls are becoming pretty and prettier, but they are becoming less patient, foolish, and difficult to live with. So why can't we also concentrate on the spiritual aspect? Yani ukiangalia picha za 2000, picha za 1980, 2010, ukompare na picha za 2024, the Kenyan lady is becoming prettier and prettier and prettier. So sahii yani ukitembea Nairobi, kila dem manze ameweza. Ukipinduka right, ukipinduka left, mbele, nyuma, kila dem ameweza. Hata wasenye wanaenda klabu wanachanganyikiwa msee. So with these pretty ladies mzee, ama baby girls wote, but living with them now is difficult compared to 1980, 1990, 2010. Sahii sasa ni ngumu even living with these people. Why? So as even we are improving our physicality and the beauty, and it can be addictive. Can you also, there's so much you can do on your beauty. But now, can you also take a few time and boost our spirituality, boost our ethos and ethics, be a bit patient with life, so that we can form some very beautiful families? Because even with the modern pretty lady, a lot of divorces are happening. People are not very satisfied. So, then my last point, the problem with beauty is that ukichukua dem mrembo anze kuishi na yeye after 3 months, hata wewe huo notice. Ni mabeshi tu ndo anakuambia msee, manze uliweza, manze uliangukia kitu. So zako ni zile za thanks, but wangejua shida yenye napitia kumaintain hiyo beauty, kumaintain hizo manywele, kumaintain hizo makucha msee, wangesema hivyo. So with the time hata unangi hiyo beauty. But for example, ukutane na dem moja siku moja unafikiri ni ugly, alafu unamweka kama friend tu, alafu mnaanza kuzoeana, that issue ya ugliness also usually disappears. You become fond of the lady. In fact, many people end up marrying such lady, ugly quote unquote, because there's no ugly woman. I repeat, there's no ugly woman. Ni pesa tu ndio inawanga mwanamume ana, but hakuna demu ugly. So this is relatively. Also, I have to put this disclaimer before niokotwe. So my issue here is there's a problem within that we need to solve, so that we can solve that issue problem without. That through achieving some internal peace, as a lady, as a man, we wouldn't need that externalities. The same with us men. We kill ourselves taking drugs so that we can elongate our sexual time. Any sex duration between 5 minutes to 15 minutes is within the physiological normal. I will repeat. Any sexual duration between 5 minutes to 15 minutes is within the normal physiological. So if you are sitting there 1 hour digging and drilling, what is it that you are doing bwana? Who do you want to prove? Utakwambia nani wewe ni star? Ushaiona kuna trophy ya sawa kudinyana? Hakuna. So unataka kuprovia nani yani sasa ati wewe ndio bingwa your area? Mse, nobody cares. Give your 5 minutes honest work, give your 10 minutes honest work, give your 15 minutes honest work. Let's go and build the nation. We have Vision 2030 to do. We have Africa's Agenda 2063. We need to achieve these things. So these issues that the vagina is like a sea. You can't swim and cross it. Huwezi ogelea bahari
Hizi
ukamaliza.
una nani kabisa.
Utakufa mzee. Sasa unajua inabidi saa zingine uongee kwa lugha wa Kenya mzee. Sasa wacha tuongezeza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili sanifu. Mambo ya mapenzi ni kama bahari jamani. Hilo shimo ni kama bahari, hauwezi ogelea ukalivuka bahari ukafaulu. Utakufa hapo ndugu yangu. Sasa tuache kutumia madawa kama Viagra kuongeza uledi wetu. Tulieni jamani, vijana, wazee watulie. Wengine wako na maradhi ya moyo maskini na bado wanameza hizi dawa zinaomaliza. Sasa tujiangalie ndani, kwa sababu saa zingine kuna hizi shida za nje, lakini ni kwa sababu kuna imbalance within. So if we sort this imbalance within, it can really help us have some settled life and have a balanced view about life. We have a lot of things to do rather than just sitting there pretty. A peacock, if a peacock is pretty, we appreciate it. But a human, one day you could be pretty, the other day you are not pretty. This aging process is occurring. So also let's agree with these things. Otherwise we'll just be fighting nature, fighting nature, fighting nature. Finally, for a man, when you are a youth, the penis is facing the heavens. When you proceed 40 to 45, the penis is facing forward.
Man,
When you
speak for
proceed far,
yourself.
it will
Speak for yourself.
disclaimer, in general, towards the old age, it's facing the ground. Maybe also noticing you where you are going, that you are going to the ground at the end of the day. So, when you are youth, unaamuka tu hapo high school mzee, 30s, 40s, morning mood mzee, naturally. But as we age, different things occur, bwana. And even our physiology changes. So we need to appreciate these things. Otherwise, we'll be killing ourselves, searching for beauty, but internally we are broken. Thank you.
Wacha nicheze kwanza nani nitaje jingle. Naongelea sijui heaven earth sijui kama mnajuanga hii show inasikizonga.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
You guys have really taken a advantage of this week that I've lost my voice. Mmeamua kusema kila kitu kwa show because I cannot even make you stop. Thank you so much Japonji for tipping the show. Muhija, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Pipi. How are you?
Niko poa kabisa, nashukuru. Habari za huko hivi kwenu, kunanyesha?
Huku kwetu weather leo imekuwa gloomy kuanzia asubuhi. It's raining now.
Heri nyinyi. Mi nimefua alafu kukanyesha kidogo.
Wanasema weather kama hiyo, you just know it portends something bad. It's gloomy the whole day. Hiyo joy sijui ya kuapisha Kindiki, there's nothing like that here.
Hawakuleta watu wa kamera huko?
I don't know. Sijaenda town leo, maybe kama walikuwa but siko sure. Though people walikuwa tu na nini zao, normal shughuli. I didn't see anything like people are happy or what. No.
Okay, so talk to us. What are your thoughts on basically what is going on?
Yeah. Today I've seen there are so many things, but I digress a bit, but still remain on the point. You know, Pipi, when you are a patient or when you are a practitioner, a doctor, kuna hii model walikuwa wanafunza nayo medicine ya kitambo, ilikuwa inaitwa the biomedical model. So you look at the symptoms when a patient comes to you, anasema I have a headache. So you know a headache, unampatia Panadol ama painkiller, then unamwambia ende nyumbani. Then another patient anakuambia my tummy is hurting, then unatafuta Actol or whatever, unampatia. Then another anakama anakuambia niko na pain ya kichwa or whatever, unampatia pain medication. Ilikuja ikafika mahali ikaonekana that model is not working for patients, ndio sasa waka move to the patient centered model, ile unaangalia the underlying causes. Ukikuja uniambie kichwa inakuuma, now I have to investigate, nianze kujua kichwa inakuuma why. So I think problem ambayo tuko nayo Kenya, and I think the very first time I talked to you on this space, nilikuambia ishi ya mambo na reductionism ambayo tunapenda kuangalia symptoms, like things are complex, but you want to look at them from a simple perspective. And I think your problem ndio inatusumbua sana hapa Kenya sasa hii. Hatuangaliangi vitu from that complexity science, tunaziangalia from cause effect. For example, tulikuwa tuna clamor for change from 25th June. Umesikia watu wakifloat around issue ya mashinani, civic education mashinani, And I always tell you that that thing is very wrong, kwa sababu we assume that because you have poor ama bad governance, ukienda mashinani na upatia watu civic education 2027 kutakuwa na good governance. It doesn't work that way. Ama Gachagua ni mbaya, anaongelea mambo ya Mrima and all those things, nako tribal, so solution ni kumtoa, lete Kindiki. Na nimeona watu wakiuliza, na will Kindiki coming in solve all the problems we have in Kenya? It won't solve. Why? Because tunapenda kuangalia things from the face value. We never take time kuangalia vitu from within, to interrogate systems. Kama sasa hata yule msichana wa Laipo huyu mwenye amekufa, tunasema daktari alikuwa quack. So I think we are going to run with that story kwamba daktari alikuwa quack, and then it ends. Nothing will happen. Maybe ataachishwa kazi then, but we will not dismantle those systems, bado zitakuwa tu. Then maybe in a few years ama in a few months kutakuwa na another case, same case, then tutasema maybe something will happen, then we just move on like that. So I think pipi maandika hapa the Kenya I want a Kenya ambapo watu they think critically, unaangalia issue, unaanza ku make connections, like unakuwa seriously, unakaa chini, unaanza ku reason. Kama saa hii tunasikia sijui wanataka kuleta military bases. Unajua walianza kitambo hizi mambo, wanauza airport, wameingilia food systems, unapata wameingilia agriculture, wameingilia healthcare. Unajua hizi vitu zote ziko connected pipi. For example, wakiwa food systems na utakuwa na chakula yako mwenyewe, inamaanisha utaanza kurely kwa au big farms, wale watu wako na big farms, wale wana produce in large scale, watakuwa na supply food. Watakuwa na supply food gani? Watakuwa na supply GMOs, other things when they are not even healthy. Then what happens? Inaharibu your health. Now what happens? Kuna shift ina function? No, it doesn't function. So what happens next? Hakuna education, ndio unamaliza. Meaning hata kutrain madaktari ama health workers itakuwa ngumu. So when you connect these things, unaanza kurealize what is going on. Unaanza kupata picture what is going on. Lakini ukiangalia those things, all of them from isolation, there's no way you are going to realize ama huwa wanasema tuna inject then tunakasirika then tukuje kwa street. But huwezi uka inject in isolation. Lazima hizi vitu zote uweke pamoja. Hata ukikuja huko nyumbani kwetu, when I talk to people, I always tell them, I connect things. Nawaambia kitambo mlikuwa mnapata pesa mingi kwa sugarcane farming, ndio I think main source of income huku kwetu. Lakini sasa imeharibika kabisa, haifanyi kazi completely. Hadi nimeona wamesign hiyo bill leo, ni I don't know what will happen, but hiyo ni kama imekufa. Unless you have more than 10 acres of sugarcane, then it becomes a useless venture. Hakuna hata haja ku venture in that business. Now most people look wamekuwa rely on that kusomesha watoto and all those things, but now it's coming to a point yenye hawataweza na CBC it's very expensive. Kama sasa nilikuwa naangalia fee statements za wale wenye wataingia grade 7 next year in a local school. I just stay next to a school. Hiyo shule ni local school, fees yao itakuwa not less than 7,000 shillings per year. So that school fees I include vitabu na uniforms. Then ukiangalia na join from 4 next year ni day school, haitakuwa less than 15,000. Already business zao za miwa zimekuwa killed. Hakuna pesa wanaenda kupata. Now people, can you imagine what is going to happen in the next 10 years? Society itakuwa imecollapse. But then we are just looking at these things casually. Tuna assume tu these are just normal things. We talk about them for a while. Tunasahau something comes up. Then tunaongea tena. Tunasahau something else comes up. Yani tuko tu busy, tunasahau tena, tunaendelea tu hivyo. But these things people, they are cumulative. Zinaanza kuaccumulate. Na ukianza kufracture your systems, haiwezi karibu system mara siku moja ama siku mbili. Unaanza tu polepole. Na hapa kwetu wameanza tu kudestroy hizi systems zetu polepole tu. Then cumulative utajipata mahali ambapo hatuta survive. Then nasikia mtu anasema mimi nitaenda kutafuta kazi ng'ambo. It's okay. But sasa sisi wote hatuwezi tukaenda kutafuta kazi ng'ambo. Na pia ukiangalia huko ng'ambo, they have their own challenges. Kama US saa hii naweza nikasema social fabric ya US it's collapsed, it's broken completely. Yeah, systems zao zina work because they have strong system, they are working, but that's not a place you want to stay for the rest of your life. Anything can happen. You rather have your home iko sawa, umeitengeneza iko sawa. In case anything happens, you come back to your home. And I always say, kama mimi ni mwizi, there's no way I'm going to steal from my village mates. I'll go steal very far away. Ndio kitu kinipata huko, I have somewhere to run to. But now you steal from your village and then kitu ifanyike. Where do you run to? So we can run away from our country, but then siku moja kitaharibika. So where are we coming back to? Na nyumbani kutakuwa kumeharibika. So I want to implore those who are here. Tafadhali tuanze kuangalia issues, not just simple issues that zina happen. Kitu kihappen, let us kuwa watu wale tunajaribu kuinterrogate hizi connections ziko wapi, kwa sababu economy ina connect na healthcare, ina connect na social systems, ina connect na so many things. Na break one of them, sin system, anything happens. Kama kwa mwili huwa wanasema mkono ikiumia, you feel the entire body is suffering. So system economy ikiumia, everything else suffers. Healthcare ikiumia, everything else suffers. So I think the Kenya I want ni ile Kenya ambapo people wanaanza kumake connections, wanaanza kudraw connections kwamba nikifanya hii kitu niangalie implications za hii kitu zina affect aje the entire system, not just today but even tomorrow and in the future. So I think tukifanya hivyo get to a point where tumeanza kueducate watu wameanza kuelewa. Mtu anajua shida yangu ina connect hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Lakini ukiambia mtu shida yako ni Ruto aende. Na mtu anashangaa, Ruto hata maybe ananisaidianga na nini? So mtu atakwambia Ruto anisaidiangi, akue asikue sijali, kwa sababu hajaelewa kwamba zile policies ambazo Ruto anatengeneza na government yake zinamuaffect. So you have to explain to that person, aelewe kabisa, ajue how these things are connected. I think hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kushare. Just stick around. Nikikuwa na anything else, I will also share. Thank you.
Asante sana Mohija also for talking to us hapa hivi kwenye show. 7:45 p.m. East African time. It's Friday, guys. I hope you're doing well wherever you're listening in from.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
I have a new stupid rule. If you want to be a speaker on Home Run with PP X space, you have to be our YouTube channel subscriber. So I hope if you're on the speaker panel right now, you have subscribed to HRWP on YouTube. Just search that HRWP. You don't have to search a whole sentence, and you find our channel. Make sure you subscribe and watch the latest video there explaining what just happened. It's called Just a Minute Wakili, a new segment that I'm bringing up where we will be asking legal questions to legal experts. So lawyers, and also if you are a legal expert that wants to be involved in Just a Minute Wakili, reach out to me and we can organize a day so we can have a sit down and dive into the law. So as I said, as we are looking at all these things, we have to ask ourselves, what role are you playing? Are you the complainer or are you the doer? Let's hear from General China. Japonji, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just saw some news that hawakuwa wamepatikana sijui Tanzanian border. Yeah.
Yes. We had broken that news like a few minutes ago, but yes, she has been found. She was reportedly found at someone's gate, and the person brought her to hospital. Yes, so we are waiting for the dad to give us a full report. We don't want to speculate fast.
Thanks.
Okay, General China, talk to us.
Yeah, thank you, Pepita, for the chance. I hope you guys are doing good. With us also, we are pushing what we have to push on because we are in this revolution, and it's our mandate to make things come all right. So I'm so happy I had today, at least I had a news about Maverick, because there were a lot of insinuation that maybe she has been murdered or whatsoever, but it's true now. Everything has been revealed. She is alive, but still detained by this rogue regime. But yeah, one thing we have to appreciate, like these guys, they don't like anyone speaking the truth. They will reach you in any way they have to.
Your mic is muted, General China. General China, is there? Vitalis, can you hear me? While you try to connect to General China. Ni kama hata Vitalis ameenda. Muhija, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
think it's General China who has a network issue. General China, kama unaweza refresh your mic and talk to us, of course. We'd like to hear your submission hapa hivi kwenye town hall meeting yetu hapa hivi ya leo. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in. Of course, Homeland PP comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. And hey, leo ndo nimerealize you need to have somebody who is, I don't know, says explain venye yule jamaa na react around my guy. But yeah, I want to be. Unajua nilikuwa namwona na bow. I was asking, I was thinking, who is he bowing to? Then I thought it was actually your honors, the judges. Kumbe it was Nabii Saya. You need to have people who are that loyal. And you know, one thing I heard from the speech that the president made was that he wants someone who is eloquent. Western Shilao in the morning told us to listen to the words that were used. He said he wanted someone who was eloquent, and the problem that he has been having in cabinet was he was not having someone who could support him and also communicate what his message was. Alisema kwamba he has become a brand ambassador. These are what I call talking points. He has become a brand ambassador of his government, given that nobody in the government seems to be getting the point and speaking his message. So it's like he's doing that, fuck it, I'm going to do it alone. So by bringing you Kindiki, what I'm trying to tell you is I want someone who's going to help me communicate these messages, or who's going to work for me like this. What are your thoughts on that as well? I'd like to hear your opinion on that. I'm seeing Nixon is here with us. How are you doing, Nixon?
Ni aje Pipita?
Mi niko poa sana, nashukuru.
Siku mob. Nimekuwa busy by the way.
Manze.
Kumaliza yangu ba.
Karibu sana manze, sisi tuko hapa bado.
Nashukuru, mambo ni poa huku penye niko. South Korea, saa ngapi? Saa 8 naelekea. Sasa mimi naangalia Kenya we want. Sasa hii Kenya, unajua nimesikia mtu akisema leo hii story za kina Kindiki. Well, hiyo ni kazi ya Ruto. Ruto ni extension ya Moi. Serikali ya kitambo, old constitution, old way of doing things, mabavu, abductions, hizo story tu bado tunaendelea nayo. So hata after tumepata hiyo new constitution 2010, inakaa tumerudi nyuma, hatujafanya stride poa vile watu walikuwa wanataka walikuwa envisage kufanya. Mi kwa maoni yangu naona hivi, kuna vitu tunabidi tuanze kurekebisha hii Kenya. Hii Kenya nataka tu yani ifanyiwe ukarabati tu, yani ile safi kabisa. Yani mambo itandikwe kwa carpet chini, tuangalie tu ni shida gani tuko nazo na tunaweza fix vipi, na tukae serious na hizo vitu tuweze kuzifix. Leave alone hata issues na corruption, and of course hiyo ndio issue kubwa yenye na affect kila kitu, lakini there are so many things that go with that we can fix. We can fix this nation. We can fix it. Yeah. Because sasa vile nilikuwa nasema hiyo story ya extension ya Moi imefikia pale kwa Ruto. So you want to expect Ruto anaweza kuwa the last one. Yaani watu waliserve kwa hiyo government ya Moi. Na hata Rao aliserve huko kwa hiyo government ya Moi. Kalonzo aliserve huko. Yaani wase sasa hii tuseme wanaishaisha wakienda. So inabidi sasa ile crop inakuja. Ikuja watu new wenye wajui hizo stories za Moi. Hawajui hizo stories za cronies na nini. Tuanze kupanga hii chapter fresh. So sijui strategy inaweza kuwa gani. Unajua leo hata nimekuwa nikikaa chini naangalia vile tuko na wastage mingi sana hiyo country. Na watu hawafikiri vile tunaweza salvage. For example sasa I don't know kama kuna mtu ashaangalia hiyo railway tuko nayo ile ya kitambo. Ile ya mzungu ile ililipiwa $5,000 nini equivalent US dollars in is it 1895 hapo 1894. Pesa mzuri hiyo time. Kajenga hiyo railway. Machuma zikawekwa all the way to Kisumu, zingine zikatengenezwa zikapelekwa mpaka Malaba, zingine zimeenda mpaka Nyahururu. Kuna line nyingine I know hiyo network yote nishaipiga map tu hivi nikaangalia nikasikia sorry sana. Kuna line imetoka pale Gilgil inaenda mpaka Nyahururu all the way na ifanyi chuma tu zinaoza hapo. Kuna line imetoka sijui Nakuru imeenda Solai. Kuna nyingine imetoka Voi. Imeenda huko Taveta. Lines zilijengwa kitambo. By the way, hizo lines zingekuwa zinafanya leo ingekuwa kama zingekuwa ziko effective, by the way, Kenya ingekuwa expected ikuwe mali nyingine mzuri sana. Watu tuwezi kuwa na infrastructure imelala. Well, sasa kama tulishindwa na hiyo infrastructure, mbona tuache hizo machuma ziozee huko? Who said hizo chuma zikizeeka hivyo hizo chuma sasa zimekuwa obsolete, haziwezi kufanya kazi ya maana. I mean, alafu tunatafuta contract ya kujenga SGR. Tunasik kuextend hiyo kitu kutoka pale sijui No Man's Land pale sijui huko msituni huko Naivasha iende mpaka Malaba. Na tunataka hii kitu iko tu fresh contract kutoka China. Machuma zinatoka China. Na tuko na resources zinaoza tu kwa nchi yetu na watu wanaangalia. Alafu tuta end up kuspend pesa yenye imekopwa na italipwa na watoto wetu wanakuja huko. Hizo loans zitakuwa zinalipwa tu na vitu zinaoza kwa land. Tunaangalia hivi na macho, hakuna mtu anaongea. Na tuna ministries, kuna Ministry of Trade and Industries, sijui ni nani ministry gani nyingine inahusika na. Kuna Ministry of Transport, inaona tu hizi vitu ziko hapa. Hawana hiyo idea ya kuwa hii ni resource. Hawana hiyo idea ya kusema azin wacha tuamshe hii nchi azin tu hata tutafute vile tunaweza fanya government initiative. Tufungue kampuni Kenya. Hata kama tutaweza tafuta donor aid, tutafute kampuni ya kusimelt hizo machuma zinaoza huko. Tutengeneze zingine mpya. We extend the line ourselves. Tutafute development partners wetu tu watusaidie technical expertise tu peke yake. Kidogo tu some few supervisors kutoka huku China, Korea huku. Tunawalipa tu pesa kiasi tu hata kama ni pesa ngapi lakini si kama ya contract. But hiyo kazi nyingine yote tufanye sisi wenyewe wa Kenya. Tujifunze tujue vile zinatengenezwa. Tukue na hiyo factory tunatengeneza hizi vitu hapo Kenya. Hizo ni kazi ngapi? Tukianza tu kuongea, yani naongea kama mjinga, lakini hii kitu ikiweka ina practical sense ni impact ingine heavy sana. Ni wase wangapi watapata jobs? Wametoka tu TVET. Ni engineers wangapi watapata jobs? You cannot even count this. Hiyo hata inaweza kipa huyo Alfred Mutua na hiyo show yake ya kupeleka watu Dubai, sijui wapi huko. Niliona juzi Nairobi watu wana apply ma jobs zenye wajui kama watapata. Tutengeneze hizi jobs, tunaweza tengeneza wenyewe. So as far as this Kenya is concerned, na vile tunataka ikae, naona inafika place itabidi tuanze kuitana. By the way, itabidi hata mimi nianze kujua contacts zenu. Pipita umeweka namba yako hapo, si ndio? Nimeona hii 0721 whatever, yani yako. Tujue wase, tushikane tu tuanze kutengeneza proposal mzuri. Kama ni ya transport, tunatengeneza proposal yenye iko workable. Ni kitu yenye tuifanye kama thesis, by the way, yenye nafanya kama sahi. Ufanye ingine ya agriculture, ufanye ingine ya kitu ingine. Yeah? Fanya ingine hata hiyo city ya Nairobi vile imekaa, transport imeoza. Hiyo ni vitu tunaweza fanya wenyewe. Hatuhitaji contracts, hatuhitaji kufanya a few people millionaires. Tuamke tuanze kufanya tu vitu tu sisi wenyewe kaa Kenya. Na Kenya ianze kupata dimension nyingine ya kusurvive. Utaona watu wataanza kupata jobs. Utaona economy yenyewe ina respond. Because ni aibu sana mpaka saa hii, as in nchi imekaa hii miaka yote. Kuna place kama Mandera is a county, by the way, is a very full county. Na Mandera is very big as a county. Hiyo barabara mpaka saa hiyo county ina barabara yenye ina connect Nairobi, ina barabara ya tarmac. Inangoja ile siku sijui kutafanyika miujiza gani. Kuna msemo mwingine anakuambia, unajua huko ni dry area, is unproductive, so hatuwezi kujenga network ya barabara. Who said so? Who said area fulani haiwezi kuwa na economical impact ndio useme barabara hizi? Si ujenge hiyo barabara uone kama hiyo place itakuwa na economical impact ya nchi hiyo ya Kenya. So that msee anaweza kaa hata kama kwao ni huko Suba, anaweza decide hata ameshift ameenda kuishi Mandera, kuna activity anafanya huko na ana account kama ni home kwao juu systems zina work. Yeah? Ama uende mahali kama Turkana. Sijui kama watu wameona sasa hivi Turkana, there's a road imeisha, Turkana vile imefunguka. And it's a very neglected area hiyo time ya kitambo. Alafu mtu akaamua tu wacha tuweke barabara ya lami. Na mambo imeamka huko. Sasa hiyo ni tip of the iceberg tu hapo kidogo, ama nika drop in the ocean. Imagine kama ngoko tumejikaza tumetengeneza network ile lapset thing. Hiyo inasemekana ni ya 2030. Tumebakisha miaka ngapi? Miaka 6. Hakuna hata idea kwa ground ya kuexpand hizo networks. So meaning that hiyo 2030 hata tutaweza kuachieve, not unless tukue watu tufanyike miujiza fulani hapo, tufanye kubacktrack hizi vitu zote. So in short, we really need to come up with something that can be an awakening call. Yani ifungwe watu macho. Watu tuache kufanya business vile tumekuwa tukifanya kitambo. Unajua shida yetu ni kufanya vitu the old way. There's a way we can change things and start doing these things in a different way, na tukue watu tunaweza kuachieve, so that tupate nation yenye watu wanaweza kusikia at least. I mean, I feel proud to be a Kenyan. Yeah, because we guys tuko objective. Na sisi watu tuna achieve. I mean, I have a lot of dreams about this country, lakini I don't know what to do. So I'm really looking like kama tunaweza tengeneza network ya ku create ideas zenye zinaweza turn out to be real things in future. Nafikiri tunaweza saidia hii Kenya kabisa, because kama hii leadership yenye iko, sidhani kama wanaangalia issue in that dimension. Sidhani kabisa, juu ni kama wako na agenda ingine. They're not actually for the country to develop and make up for the lost time. Lose time mob sana. Tumejiwaste tu sana. So mimi nafikiri tu for now wacha ni submit hiyo yenye nimesema. Wacha nisikize wase wengine nao wanaweza ongezea nini hiyo ambayo nimesema. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Nixon for finding time to talk to us. Mnasikia Homerun inasikizwa mpaka Korea. Nyinyi mnasikia hiyo ama mnataka kulenga? Korea inakuanga side gani? So China, Korea, good. So thank you so much Nixon for talking to us. Of course, this is part of also building networks and also making people get to understand the situation on the ground and the dream of the people who are also not in the country, and also the reason why they left. You see the way like Japonji shared his story of how he had to leave the country because he saw there was nothing for him that would instantly help him get to the next step. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Nixon, as well. I see we have new speakers as well. General China is back on the mic. We are at 3 minutes past 8 p.m. East African time. Let's go.
0. Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
You're listening to Home and PP, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3 minutes past 8 East African time. Home and PP comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 8 p.m. It has been quite a week, but I'm glad that we are here on Friday. We are on our final hour of the show, of course. If you've been with me the whole week, we have been here for 30 hours. 25 to 30 hours. Anyway, General China, you're back with us. Talk to us.
Thank you very much, Pipita. I had a problem with the internet. I hope now it is okay. I hope everyone is hearing me.
Yes,
So,
okay.
just have a so I have a submission to make. Like, as a country, we need also to check on ourselves. Like, what's going on? Like, right now, it's end month. We have gotten our salaries. The salaries that don't even count. They don't even play the work that we have been doing the entire month. So it's just a worry to us. So we must have to wake up from our comfort zones. Like, we don't have to sleep. We just have to be.
Why is it that your mic keeps on muting, General? Mm-hmm. Your mic keeps on muting. Anyway, General, work on your mic. Philip, habari yako? Can you hear me, Philip?
Oh, poor. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much for this platform. First of all, the Kenya I want is a Kenya without Ruto and his regime. The MP, the judiciary, the executive, what? Like, we can make something greater without a corrupt leader. No. What? Like, every person there. What? Like, every time tunataka kumeka something good out of us, lazima, like, we cannot achieve anything. Mnaona the finance bill is back, abduction inaendelea, kills zinaendelea, kila siku tu ni bad news, mtu amepoteza life, like. So the best thing, if you want a good Kenya, if you want everything we assume, everything we fantasize about Kenya, we should get rid of these politicians. So the best way to get rid of them is through the street, manze. Let's go back to the street. Tufanye vile tulifanya siku ya parliament. Every Tuesday and Thursday, every public holiday, iko tu ni protest. One day, one time, hizi vitu zote zitakuwa achieved. And niko sure the next president of Kenya ata fumble, atakuwa the puppets of the West. That I'm very, very, very sure. Thank you so much for this platform. That is my submission.
Thank you, Philip, for your submission. Having me said that, how are you doing?
Hi, can you hear me? Because everybody has bad.
Yes, I can.
Thank you for having. I haven't seen you in a long time. This is Irvin, Gen Z Klelasha. I want to answer the question that you've written, though. Is that all right?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, so, okay, to talk about the Kenya I want, yeah? I want a nation where power truly belongs to the people, as enshrined in our constitution. And when I say power belongs to the people, I mean ownership, real, tangible ownership of our vital resources. Now, imagine a Kenya where me and you, simple citizens, have a stake in, for example, our airport, where we can invest in our banking institutions, and where we take pride in being part of the ownership of even our electric power grid. And to me, this vision is not just a dream, it's a necessity. Because if our government is ever in need of cash, like it is right now, let it borrow from the people of Kenya. Let them float our key state-owned enterprises on the Kenya Stock Exchange, you know? And because this is how we reclaim our power. It's about ensuring that we, the citizens, have the first claim to our nation's wealth before foreign investors like Adani benefit from our resources. Together, we can create opportunities for everyone so that anyone can say, I own a piece of my country. You know, I would love to go to another country and say, I own a piece of my airport. I own a piece of my banks. I own a piece of my electric power grid. But it's also not just about economic ownership. It's also about our collective safety and well-being. So in the face of these rising abductions, we must grow strong as a community. Now, if we support and follow one another, our voices will continue to be elevated. And by coming together, we create a safety net that can raise the alarm when any of our brothers or sisters go missing. So remember, guys, that in unity we find strength, and in strength we can demand justice and protection for every Kenyan. So let us foster a spirit of solidarity where we look out for each other and ensure that no one ever feels alone in their time of need. This is the Kenya I want, a place where every citizen feels valued, safe, and empowered. And so together, help me build this Kenya that I want. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ivan Meseda, for that. I see IPR review commented in Kenya already.
I'm good. I was
Talk to me.
listening. How are you, Peter?
I'm well, battling some
Wow.
throat issues, but I'm okay.
Okay, so now because I've listened to a few speakers here, I have one question for them. Because I normally hear this, we want this Kenya, we want this Kenya, we don't want these leaders. You must say, I don't want these leaders. I want to be that so that I can do. Because if you are depending on somebody else, then you go around blaming. It's you is the problem then. If you can do it, go there and do it. Don't blame other people. And then there is another thing. You must know the rules of power. Why like today? Why is Kindiki being sworn in? It's because of loyalty. And that's the rule of power. Because why do you think even in those developed countries the presidents are protected? Everybody can have an issue with them. It might not be even when you retire. Whether PM in Japan was killed after retiring, so we must understand the rules of power. Why do people in power behave in a certain way? You might see it as counterintuitive, but it is there. It is for a reason. No, because I don't want to come here for any echo chamber every day. We need to remove Ruto. We need to put people who are clean there. We need just know this: in every democratic country, there will be corruption, and it is the extent of corruption and how corrupt it is. Because, like in China, the kind of corruption is that the money remains there. They remains within the country. Even getting money out of China is very difficult. That's how it works. Even those investing in those countries, when they come with their technology, they must have like, for example, 50% ownership with the Chinese. So there is those things. But we as a country, we are in a very weak position in terms of negotiation. And we need foreign exchange because somebody was saying that we can invest, we can let Kenyans invest in such things like bonds. Do you know why the interest rate is around 18-19%? In fact, a few weeks ago, Central Bank was summoning the CEOs of bank, asking them why have they not reduced the interest rate. So before we start blaming somebody else, take responsibility, because you as a person, Philip, has not put your name forward to be elected for that position. So don't blame other people, blame yourself first, because you didn't put it, because you could have done that good job that you're asking other people to do. Thank you. That's my submission for today, and have a good night, Pepita. Okay, have a good day.
Hi, have a nice one. I peer review. I see Big Boss ako hapa, ndugu yangu Big Boss, mambo vipi?
Vipi hapa, kama unaishi tu Kenya na una akili timamu, sidhani kama unaweza jichanganya ukasema mambo poa, mambo mbaya sana. Na kama ilivyo kawaida, kwanza niregeshe shukrani kwa nafasi hii kwanza. Pili, wote ambao wanaenda kunisikiliza, kuna muda tuwe makini tujaribu kusikilizana kuwa tunaongea nini. Kama Kiswahili kinakupiga chenga sana, sidhani kama kuna mtu atakuweko humu ambao Kiswahili kitakuwa kinampiga chenga. Naenda kwa mkumbo tu kuwa ndio lugha ya taifa ambayo tunafaa tuelewane. Hivi yangu huwa ni mafupi na huwa yana vigezo fulani hivi huwa najaribu kuzingatia, alafu ni kama narudia ama naweza kuwa naulizia kitu ambacho nilisema. Nakumbuka kuna siku nilisema hizi kelele tunapiga, yaani mwisho wa siku tunakaa kama vile Waswahili wanakuambia debe tu litapiga kelele lakini halitayumbisha chochote. Kwa ufupi, kelele tunapiga, tena zile kelele za kishua, yaani kelele za kusikika, lakini kitendo kipi kilichokifanya ambacho kinaonyesha kelele tunazopiga ni za msingi? Hakuna. Kila siku tutarudi hapa kulalamika, wao amefanya hivi, wao vilienda hivi, wao fulani ameenda hivi. Jamaa, cha kufanyika tutafute suluhu. Suluhu ya kufanyika ni kuwa sisi tunaokuja humu maspace, tuko mitandaoni, sisi ndio tunalalamika, tunapiga kelele, fulani kafanya hivi, ni makosa, haifai. Sasa nataka pipi uniambie kitu kimoja, ama tuulizani hivi. Wale wa Kenya wamejazana pale Kindiki akiapishwa, hawana smart, hawajai lalamika, hawajai ongea, lakini wamejazana pale, wameshangilia kila kitu kwao, wameona tu poa, yani wao fresh, ushaona. Na mtu katika taswira, mtu ambali akikaa hivi aone kama hao waliojazana hapa ni wa Kenya, si watu kutoka Tanzania ama Uganda, ndo wanajazana hapa kushuhudia makamu wa rais mpya akiapishwa. Inaleta taswira tofauti kuwa kumbe wale waongeaji ni wapinzani, ama ni kuna vile unaambiwa katika familia lazima kuna mtu vurugu, hawa ni wale vurugu tu yani. Sasa suluhu ni nini? Tukiongea tukitafuta suluhu, tunapiga bunge moja la shughuli, tunatafuta sekta moja nzuri pia serikali ambayo inaitegemea ndo uti wa mgongo. Mnaenda mnapapiga shughuli ya kupevuka, yani shughuli ya mtu kufa kupona. Mkitoka hapo dunia nzima inasimama, inasikiza, inasema hawa jomba bana mfika mahali kama wameguswa pabaya. Kiona hatua kama hizi, hawa wameguswa kunako. Lakini sasa si huku tunapiga kelele hii mbaya, alafu ikitokea huko inafanyika hivi, sisi ndo mashuhuda, sisi ndo washangiliaji. Kaka, niseme tuna safari ndefu, yani kujikomboa tutoke tulipo. Kaka, tuna safari, na picha imedhihirisha tu wazi. Hata watu ndio wanamsema yule jamaa kuwa alikuwa mlevi, moja kati ya marais, ana roho ya ubinadamu, mengine mengi atasemwa tu. Lakini moja katika kipindi tumepitia cha rais ambao kidogo alikuwa na utu, nadhani ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Katika vurugu zote nini alizomletea Ruto, hakumng'oa mamlakani wala nini. Tena alimpa tu nafasi yake, wewe tangatanga mpaka tunasema tu hapo. Na hapo ndo akawa anasema bwana mumjui. Hii sasa sisi na kujifanya sisi ndo wadarai, ukasema sisi ndo tunamjua zaidi. So imagine, yani unavaa tu kiatu. Sijui nini Ruto anataka. Sijui ni basi tu aonekane tu ni mpenda sifa ama nini. Vaa kiatu kama wewe ni Mkenya alafu unaokotwa mara sijui Tanzania. Mara nini. Hivi ni Ijumaa. Mengine hata anaweza ukupanda kichwani ukashikwa na hiyo wazungu anahitaji depression. Na yani tunajiuliza sasa hivi vizazi vyetu vinakuja kuishi maisha gani? Haya. Mungu atusamee. Atusamee sana. Nimemaliza ndugu yangu. Shukrani kwa nafasi.
Asante sana bwana Big Boss kwa hayo maneno machache na kweli kutupiga changamoto. Kiswahili ni ngumu kweli. Kutupiga changamoto katika hizi kudra na dikra.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Philip, your hand is up. What's up?
Yes, nilikuwa nasikia another speaker alikuwa amenitaja. You know there is time for liberation, there is time for campaigning, and there is time for election. Sasa tuko time ya liberation manze. Tukisha liberate hizi vitu, mi lazima utaniona kwa ballot paper juu I'm fed up. I'm very very fed up, but first order of the business, Ruto must go manze. We cannot have a better Kenya, mse akiwa on the top. Say taxes zinapita over 61% mse. Kama mse analipwa 30,000 na imagine sasa take home ni karibu 12-13,000 surely manze. Alafu ukienda kwa duka ndo hizo viet. Manze. Manze tuko pabaya vibaya sana, like if you don't do anything manze. Hadi utapata Twitter tabaniwa manze. Twitter tabaniwa. Ama upate internet mizimu. What will we do? So you have to think fast, we have to act fast manze. We need to go to the street. Watu wapende, watu wasipende, we need to go to the street. Yes, lazima bloodshed ita happen, but at the end of the day, hadi mababu zetu walipigania hii nchi. Kwanza walikuwa na madwa vibaya. Sisi ndio hii time yetu sasa ku get the real independence. Kama Burkina Faso imeweza, what about Kenya? Ni hayo tu, thank you.
Haya, asante Philip for that. Starlink, how are you doing? Ashiv. Naona watu wajaribu wanangojea ifike 8:30 ndio waanze kuingia kwenye mic. Ndio munifikishe saa 4 ya usiku. Si ndio hiyo plan yenu? Si ndio? Okay. Na waona sana. Ingieni saizi kabisa mapema before I stop taking. I see my guy Ashiv, how are you doing? Ashiv fixed. Ni kama amekuja joyriding, acha tumpeleke nyumbani huko chini. Oh yes. So yes, I'm trying to see if there's new comments on the comment section as well, so that I don't leave the commenters out. Africano say, please be part of this video and watch later. Everything happening will start making the underdevelopment of Africa. You gotta watch that one as well. I'd like to just remind you guys that our show is supported by you. If you like what I'm doing, there's a tip jar line 0721948229. Drop in your support to help us keep the lights running on this side. But honestly, if I am to also report with terms of trends in tips, with the line with the new regime and all the way they're working, I'd say tips zimeenda chini sana bwana. I think there is something that is not working. There is something that is not happening. It's either watu wameendelea kusikia uzito mfukoni, sababu kuna mtu amesema unga hapo hivi 170 guy. Sasa tutaanza kukula nini? Mkate ndio hiyo 65. But hapa nje anasema maisha imekuwa poa, anataka kuchange Nairobi River. My friend commenting inaitwaje? IPR review thinks is just okay. How are you doing, Austo 254?
Yaman pipi.
Yes, jambo.
Fiti sana mkwaje?
Lama?
Aha, sasa pia mimi niko fiti kufanya tu observation ya venye mambo imekuwa since all this shit began. So mimi naweza waambia hivi fellow Kenyans, manze, we are not yet angry enough. We are not yet angry enough kwa sababu the kind of theft that is happening right now, and all this is happening out of the roof. Out of the roof. Juu ukiangalia hii story yote ya Dani, yes kuna kesi inaendelea but hawa tu washamaliza deal, na kama kutakuwa na any repercussion ama wakitolewa, si ndo tutawalipa. Kama kuna venye tunaweza rudi streets watu wangu, itabaki tumerudi because it's messier than messy. Yeah. Huyu deputy president amekuwa sahi ndo alikuwa CSO interior, venye wenzetu walikuwa na mado. Kwanza hata kabla tufike hapo waliweza na kumalizana na bandit bado. Sahi amepatiwa deputy president. What makes you think he'll perform? Yeye atakuwa tu hapo kama robot kusikiza chenye anaambiwa. Yes sir, no sir. Ya kuna mtu wa maana atafanya. Maybe hata aliambiwa nini, asign hata resignation letter kabla achukue hii oath. You never know. But naweza sema manze, the only way out rudi streets mbaya, na tuachane na hiyo puzi ya peaceful demos. Hakuna rogue regime ishatolewa na peaceful demonstrations. Hayo tu, talala poa.
Okay. Austo, asante for that. IPR review unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza huyu jamaa kama ameisoma kitabu kingine inaitwa The Illusion of Power by Riggy-G Kariuki. Huyu jamaa alikuwa at one time the most powerful in cabinet minister of interior. Na sijui kama ameisoma historia Ezekias Oyugi, one of the most powerful PSs at one time, na hata sijui kama aliwahi kuja kwa minister. You know the IG always chukua instructions from a minister. Minister is just like mtu wa kutengeneza policy kurepresent the ministry police huko kwa cabinet, but in terms of operationals or anything, operational decision nini, huwa usiki. That's why kuna mali inaitwa NIS where they go and sit all of them together. So some things even at a cabinet secretary wa interior. In fact, Riggy-G Kariuki, what he said about illusion of power, when you're in that ministry, you seem to be very powerful, yet you are not powerful. So these things let me not talk about in detail about that one because sitaki kukujiwa hata ninyamazi hapo.
Sasa wewe jamani.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Don't introduce us to...
Unaogopa kukujiwa na kuna watoto wanakutegemea wewe ndo kichwa cha familia.
The Hunter anasema, Beda Nyamwara anasema kwamba Hezekiah Oyugi was head of internal security for Republic of Kenya in 1990 when Foreign Minister Robert Oko was murdered. Both he and Energy Minister Nicholas Biwott were named as principal suspects in and that is, I'm glad that he's coming to the mic to tell us, in the crime by a British investigator during the commission of inquiry. Wacha tusikie kenye The Hunter atasema pale hivyo. Ingeni kwa tip jar wangu, any amount to support this show will be amazing. Maze tumekuwa kama nani Pastor Kanyari. Yabaki kidogo nianze kuambia na uangalie neno ambayo imepita hapo juu. Namba ambayo tumefinyilia hapo mbele. The Hunter, are you there? I'm trying to get the Hunter on because he's trying to tell us the story of Hezekiah Yugi. Wacha niwaambie ukweli hivi. Much of the history I now know, I have learned on Home Run with Pipi. And I'm not even kidding, guys. Like vitu mobs ninajua kuhusu security, the history of the country in terms of kina Jomo Kenyatta, the intrigues of power I've learned through this show. And if you have a chance to go back and listen to our previous shows, you'll get so much. Sio poa anasema ile blanda tuko nayo on our case is that we believe much on negotiations than profitable solutions. Sahi we need to fight for another day. What do you mean, Bwana Siopoa, fight for another day? To survive? I think that is the word. Fighting for another day is surviving, ama. Tufike kesho. I don't know. Maybe you guys can help me get it, but that is my general knowledge. Ama unasema vipi, Big Boss? Kwamba akisema fight for another day yomaanisha kwamba tupigane tu, yani tufike alimradi kesho kutwa hivyo hivyo.
Yaani anamaanisha hii tumeshindwa, kwa hivyo tujaribu next. Ila watu wana maono huko, wakati tunafaa tukae chini tutengeneze kitu, tupapige mahali show mpaka dunia isimame iseme hiyo ni Kenya. Wewe unatuambia tosha kwa... jamaa, sio hivyo bana, sio hivyo kabisa.
Kuna watu wenye
wajua vipi shida tuko nayo, yaani hatujui kwenda kwa swala la moja kwa moja, tunapenda kupindisha sana mambo, yaani nini kitu cha kusema hii ni 2 hii ni 7, unakuta mtu analazimisha 2 inafanana na 7. Haiwezekani. 2 ni 2, 7 ni 7. Wewe ukisimama ukiulizwa hii ni ngapi, sema hii ni 2. Hii ni ngapi? Hii ni 7. Tosha. Usipinde ba.
Mnasikia mambo ya hawa wahenga hawa Waswahili, saa zingine half of the things you don't even get what they are saying, but there's been a quite developments here kwenye nchi yetu. If you've noticed, this was the first time the president was talking about if you are elected, you need to represent Kenya. We were elected for the Kenyans, those that voted for us and that did not vote for us. Did you guys hear that? Ama ni mimi na over here.
Yo, Pipi, unajua na support hapo Big Boss hapo venye amesema we need to work. Tusingoje kuishi ati hand to mouth. Sasa hebu imagine tunaishi day by day on survival mode. Tutasurvive hadi lini? Tunataka kuacha generational wealth kwa watoto wetu, ama we are so contented with suffering such that whatever happens, bora si go high, we take it. That way we want to be sure. We deserve to be better, to do better, to aspire better. Yani ukuzia evictions za usiku ziishe, ukuzia hii masanse kwa watu iishe, ukuzia corruption iishe. Business is a trend nzuri bila excessive.
Auskiki baba. Kama uko kwa headphones, get off the headphones. Ama talk to us. We're in a quieter place. Nope. Uko mbali, but I guess ni simu yako.
Na sahi.
Yeah, talk to us.
Sasa ndio nasema tusikuwe contented na safari. Tusikubali kuishi day by day survival mode kwanza. What if something bad happens? Kuzia forceful evictions ishe, police brutality ishe, corruption ishe, msee akiset up these taxes zikuwe za maana, alafu pia kukuwe na tax holiday. Bado msee akiset up these lazima atakuwa na employee wasee, na kuemploy watu bado watakuwa wanalipia hawa tax. So tupatie hizo holidays zinasaidia hivi grow, ndio ikianza kutaksiwa ikirudisha kwa serikali. Vitu kama hizo, yani tuko tuna progressive thinking na kuma reserve zitengenezwe places kama Nyandarua, cabbages zinaozea kwa shamba juu barabara ni mbaya. Ingine kwa tuko na maziwa inamwagika tu. 60 years after independence tuko na Ministry of Transport, lakini bado tuko na shida ya baru. Like really, yeah, really. Yeah.
Thank you, Osto, and I think you'll have to reconnect because we are really struggling to hear you, man. We are already struggling under Zakaya. Wiki. Jambo.
Yes, sijambo sana PP. Allow me give my submission to the ongoing motion, the Kenya I want. I think now that Riggy-G has been impeached, let me repeat myself for what I said that time. Wow. Now we will not have corruption. We will have no more abductions. I think Kenyans, we don't care who becomes president. We want good governance. Whether Adani becomes a Kenyan president, we don't care. Whether Riggy-G becomes deputy president, we don't care. Whether William Ruto ruled for 100 years, we don't care. Whoever be in power, we don't care. What we only care is good governance and accountability with the resources we have and the tax they are collecting. So we cannot just sit down and see them. You saw Mr. President is saying that there is a voice he has missed for 2 years. That means they have not been speaking with the Riggy-G from the same page. So I think he stands better at a better position to understand the two, or both Gachagua and Kindiki, to have known who can speak better and why. If Riggy-G stood and said that he is the only one who can correct the president, then it is true. So that means the president only needs someone mwenye akisema yes ni yes, akisema no ni no. So that guy is someone who cannot be corrected. He is very angry with power and is very ambitious, and whatever he wants he goes for it. Wananchi tumebaki peke yetu, and we should not lose hope because we have another way to go. I think dealing with the public au wananchi ambao wanaonyesha hasira kwa kutokea kwa barabara, kurusha mawe na kuchoma matayas, huwa inakuwa rahisi. But mwananchi ambaye amekasirika na ametulia is very dangerous. Guys, we know the turning point and we know where we are waiting for these people. We have known, though we have to some extent during this case of Gachagua, we have learned more about the law and the constitution. And by the way, we have known that you can hire the lawyers and they can buy the judges, and it has worked. We were not happy with the Riggy-G, but the supersonic speed they have used to do this impeachment, I think this is the same strategy they are supposed to use when they are dealing with the things which are concerning the public. Up to where we have reached, Kenyans, we have to wake up. Both parliaments have been tested with money and they have worked towards money. It depends with who is giving money. Highest bidder takes it, and he has done it. Judiciary can be compromised. MPs will follow him like sheep. So no one will ever take the agenda or the matters of the general public to the parliament. We have seen the finance bill is back because we have seen the gazette notice today. It was published. It will be back, and those MPs will pass it. Guys, register your votes. We have to get our country back through a voting process. If they will rig, but we will say we have tried our best, than staying aside and failing to vote. Let us fight tribalism. Let us fight corruption in totality. I just reviewed the taxation, the new taxation coming, where whatever I earn, 49% will be taken by the government. But the most pending part is you cannot ask how your tax has been used. That if you ask how your tax has been spent, you are named a criminal. What is really happening? Who are these so powerful people who cannot be questioned? Who are these people who will stand on the voting day in 2027 to go and vote for this government? I want to say this when I conclude to my brothers and sisters from the mountain. You prayed for this government. Some people are even doing mockery that this government was given by God. We don't dispute that, because even Nebuchadnezzar was given power by government, but he ended up eating grass in the wilderness. Israelites cried for a leader whom they could see and greet or even approach anytime they wanted, but they regretted. Ruto has been tested by power, and he has failed in the 2 years. The only thing he can bring for us to table is exchanging the deputy president. So I see our brothers and sisters from the mountain are praying. I believe this is now the genuine prayer. Please pray so that we may get our country back. We back you now. The prayer you are doing currently is the genuine one. Please do it. We are also doing it on this side. Please continue doing these prayers. And if we migrate from our tribal lines, politicians will lose power. Please let us get united. Let us work together to eradicate all these problems we are going through. It is through voting, through public, but through civic education, and we will make a change. Try even with 5 people. If you change, if you convert 3 people out of 5, that is a great achievement. I want to end it there, PP, because there are so many speakers I can see around. In my last remarks, after this submission, I will try to follow everyone from this wall. I request everyone to do the same. There was something happened with my X account. I lost followers. So I request everyone on this platform, please follow me. I'll also do the same. Immediately after this, I'll follow each one of you. So if I follow you, please follow back. Thank you, and have a very good evening.
Thank you so much, Yuki, for that as well, for your submission as well. I see we have new speakers, as you're saying. The Hunter, Calvin, Western Shilahu are here with us. Na niliwaambia watakuja 8:30 ndio show ifike saa 4 ya usiku. Si mseme tu kweli aje mnatakanga town hall iwe inaenda hadi saa 6 ama saa 5 ya usiku. Semeni tu. Okay, sitakubali kwa sababu mimi pia ni kama Ruto. I advise myself. So nitatenga muda kidogo. Calvin, how are you?
I'm okay, my brother, but somehow I'm very disappointed somewhere. because what I'm seeing in this country, I am really shocked, my brother. So let me just say some few words to this my motherland country. Number one, if you want to go somewhere, if you want to get something, you must join hands with the rest so that at least you can get whatever you want. Because what you are now seeing is that it's our failures. We really fail as we fail. Because what depends on things we do. Gen Zs went on the demonstration to demand for justice. And instead of us demanding that justice, there's somewhere we mess. Conman enters in, they took everything. That is what still wonders me. Still wonders me even right now. Right now, this thing is still wonders me. And it's the truth of the matter is this. If we don't work together, these people will interfere with the resources of this country. Because the people who can help us are now eating with conmen. So I wonder where will we go? Mr. Wiki, you say something that we should we should register as many as possible so that we can capture the seat. I agree with you. That is a fact. But my question is, which candidate will we follow? Which candidate? Because these people are really rotten, totally rotten. So it is upon us to make some political parties. We should have many political parties in this country. Section 1A of 1991 and more they have control parties. So even to us, we should reject those two parties to Gen Z's party so that at least we can go somewhere. Because when we be like this, if we just be like this, my friend, I'm telling you, nowhere we shall go. Nowhere we shall go. That
Calvin is telling us nowhere we shall go, and then he goes, Bwana Calvin. No, we shall go, and then you go. The Hunter, how are you doing?
Good evening, Pepita.
Good evening to you.
Na wenzangu wote. Sitataka sana kudwell na story ya Zakio Yuga because but it is come. I don't know why you brought it. I really don't know, but it has very serious significance in the history of this country. Just as we've had the swearing in today, it has got very, very big significance. Now, Ezekiel Yugi worked as a district commissioner, district officer. He rose the ranks, and in 1982, when the Air Force wanted to have a coup in this country, Ezekiel Yugi then, who later became one of the most powerful loyalists, and also who became the Minister for Interior has got very incredible significance with what has happened in our country today. Now, I want to remember the words, and I want to remind our fellow brothers and sisters these words that have been spoken by a few individuals, starting from Peter Kaluma, the Member of Parliament. You go to Duale, who has been the CS Defense, that Kithure Kindiki is a loyalist. Now, Hezekiah Oyugi was very loyal then when he became the the Minister for Interior, and then was involved in actually trying to contain any critic of the government. He was involved with the issues of abductions and the torture chambers at Nyayo House, and he worked very closely with a very senior prosecutor from Nyanza, Bernard Junga. And then one day, Ezekiel Oyugi said, "I will die because of you." He told Mzee at that time. It is then that during that coup, that one of the bodyguards of the late President Moi that day took him actually to the forest, and they decided to drive him away to Eldoret and then sneak him out of the country. And when you get to know the fact that Ezekiel Oyugi then became later, after the coup, became a very powerful CS of Interior. You have seen the chronology of events which are happening in the country in respect to the CSs or the ministers for interior. It's very saddening. In the disappearance of the Minister for Foreign Affairs, then Robert Youko, Zakio Yugi was in one of the lodges, state lodges in Nyeri, and then he was monitoring the communications. Just exactly what is happening in our country today, that all those who critique Ruto, their Safaricom lines are monitored, and the moment you switch on like this, they locate you and you are abducted, you are normal. That is exactly what Hezekiah Oyugi did during the disappearance of Robert Ouko and his death. He was also seen together in one of the post offices in Kisumu, because it is a long story that I want to cut short. Zakio Yui was seen there, and his responsibility, because he swore the allegiance to actually protect the government of the day, the government of Moi, from any person who criticized, any person who tried to push the government, Moi government, was actually written off because of issues of abduction and murder, secret murders, all that. Now, why you have brought this story of Ezekiel Oyugi, I really don't know. I really don't know. Because it is like a premonition that you've had. And when you look today, we have a deputy president who has been classified, categorized to be very loyal to the president, who is Ruto, who has appointed him. And he is, in his own words, he has said today that he will not take the position and the roles that he has been assigned as a simple matter in his life. And he has called it a very serious privilege that he has become somebody in the country. When you read about the history of the Kindikis, the 8 children, siblings to Professor Kindiki, all of them are learned except for, they are professors, the PhD holders, except for actually the 2 or 3 ladies who are doctors, but still also they hold very high profile positions as lecturers in different institutions. Now, Then I come back to what is happening in the country. What is happening in the country is so sad. And first, I want to send my well wishes and quick recovery to our sister, Maverick Aoko. I hope she will be safe and she's not intoxicated with any poison or substance that will affect his normal thinking. Now, my brother Wycliffe, who just left, has indicated that we need to have political parties in the country. I want to remind him, if is back, that we have over 90 registered political parties. And number two, today, Pipita and all my friends, I want to reiterate this statement that we are having a country that is run by an organization that was created in 1963 all towards 1978, but majorly in 1978 to 2002. That organization is an organization that has got the spirit of Moism. All these people that we have in the country, talk of Mother Karua, talk of Kalonzo Musyoka, talk of the Kindikis, talk of all these clouds. These people are the generation of Moi. They have grown in that government, they have worked in that government, they have known how the government works, and they know the system, the authoritarian dictatorship government, how it runs. And so that is why when the Gen Z went to the streets, they failed to understand and know that some of the individuals possibly they could have shared with them took this information and tried to influence the armed forces to come to the ground so that they can be able to contain actually almost a coup that was happening. And number two, they failed to identify a leader. The biggest mistake is to say leaderless in any given front of war. When you want to take up the power that is supposed to be taken from a person who is a dictator, you need to have a serious person called a front runner leader who is to be installed in that position. Today, if I happen to go to State House and sit at the seat of the president, I will give instructions. And the most saddest thing we did was to have people within us who leaked our processes. And then what is the way forward? I want to say there is no rule of law in this country. There is no respect to our constitution. Why do I say this as I summarize to give in others to come in and share with us their sentiments? Is that when you look at the procedure and values of appointment of the president, election and appointment of the deputy president into office, the fact is that we thought the judiciary could be sober and independent to its dictates because it is an arm of government that is able to actually interpret the law and the constitution and help us in expediting the process of making a clear judgment in respect to the law. But sadly, today, when you see the Chief Justice run away out of the country and leave the responsibilities to the deputy, who is not entitled to empanel a committee of judges to actually be able to administer a serious jurisdiction case of having or ousting the deputy president, then you will know we don't have the independence of the judiciary. Because then you saw today the Chief Justice walking along the pavilion to be part of the many congregants who were in the swearing in of an illegitimate deputy, illegal, unconstitutional deputy president. And so, why? Because in 2010, during the campaigns for yes and no, in readiness to approve and recommend the constitution through a referendum, the person who is sitting in the throne today was the chief spokesperson of the opposition against this constitution, which has brought him to office today. Being the chief spokesperson of the opposition who opposed the constitution of the Republic of Kenya, which has brought at least some enormous milestones in our country, the very person has been quiet all through during the he doesn't care about the finance bill, and that is why he pushed his members of parliament from his political party, and then he stood aside and they approved because they are the greatest beneficiaries from the tokens from State House. Number two, when we are talking about Adani, the very person who did not subject himself into supporting the Constitution of Kenya has been quiet all through until 2 weeks ago, when he comes back from I don't know where and says that Adani has good intentions for our country, whereas we know that Adani is a conglomerate of organizations and cartels from like that one in South Africa, which has come to cause more poverty by actually looting from all public covers. And that is why the Kenyan government, through the JKIA and the Kenya Airports Authority, signed a secret agreement without following the due process. So, in summary, what I want to say is that, Pepita, today, as we speak, this person in office has been quiet during the process of impeachment of his deputy president because the deputy president was not loyal. He stood to the guns and told the Kenyans the truth that we didn't have the NIs to be able to give the right information to the president so as to solve the impasse on the contentious finance bill. When he said this, he became disloyal and the process of impeachment started then. And so, if we don't have the rule of law, there is no respect for the constitution. The same president is quiet when Senator Cheragay Samson from Nandi County tables a motion to extend the term limits, and then finally you realize the president is not talking about anything, but the Secretary General Hassan came and called for the presser, tells the whole world and the members of UDA, the ruling party in this country, that they are not party to the motion that has been brought by the senator for UDA from Nandi, but proceeds the following day. We are asked to do submissions of the memoranda, and all the Kenyans say we are not ready because the US, the United States of America, got independence in 1870 something, and their constitution actually was promulgated, and they had a constitution in 1870, and the term limits were actually enacted in 1951 in the constitution. Very many years, America, which has got 50 states with a population of close to around 308 something million members, have never decided to actually extend the term limit of all the elected leaders, and especially for the president who goes for 4 years. And you can see how democracy thrives in 4 years. But in our country, only 14 years, where the president rejected the same constitution, where the president is not ready today to actually call for a day and make the day, which is August 27, to celebrate the milestones of the constitution since 2010, We didn't see that one in our country, and we expect that the Lord He has, when we rally behind them and say Jeremiah Kioni or Kalonzo Musyoka or any other person who has been in Moi government, including this very person called Ruto, who is a beneficiary and who acquired a lot of money in 1992 when there was a very serious crisis, when we had multi-party democracy coming into practice and into implementation, and they decided to work with Moi and get billions of money, which invested. And today he says he is a hustler. I want to rest my case and say it is in order that we have a political party, but it is very much in order that we have a generation which is unemployed of a bracket from 20 years, I mean, from actually 18 years now to 2027, we have a population, a youth population of about 25 plus million Kenyans who are able to topple this government. And how? It is for us to make a structure. We know very well we have 41,000 polling centers in the country, and we are able to have all the youthful ages. We are supposed to identify who is this person who can transform. We have this guy called, there are quite a number of guys I've seen who have really worked for this country, including the Ongoya who we have seen, who actually toppled the PBI in 2018. We have the likes of Okia Omtata. We have the likes of this guy from West Pokot, Doctor, the name is gone. So that us as a population, because we have been classified, that when Raila Odinga loses, he will go and point fingers to the ruling government. He is called and is given positions to place his people and forgets the natural Kenyans. It's very awkward, as I summarize my submissions. It's very awkward, Pipita, for Raila to have endorsed one the former governors, Joho and Oparanya, who have worked in government, whereas we have guys who have graduated, have got those qualities to be the CSS. It was very awkward for Raila actually to bring or endorse our brother, the CS John Imbadi, who is nominated, when he could have left him to be in that position and continue trying to shape up the political ideology of ODM in readiness for us to take over the leadership in 2027. But unfortunately now, it is a government which is a coalition government classified as broad-based, and seeing a person like our brother, my brother, good brother here, the member of parliament for who was appointed as CS Energy. He left that position, and today they are praising government. And so it is upon us, it is incumbent of us to know that we who have not been in government have nothing in that government, and so we will not have anything. And that is why Kalonzo Musyoka proposes and endorses his son to go to the East African Legislative Assembly. That is why a former president, the likes of Ruto, have endorsed their children to take senior positions in this country, because they have formed an opinion and an agenda. That is Kenya for us. That is Kenya for every one of us. And that is where we have been classified and categorized. And finally, then we need to come up with a strategy in the 41 polling centers. We need to rally ourselves, register very many voters, and make a decision to have at least 500 averagely of our generation, young generation. That translates to 20 million votes. And we be there to protect that vote. Because the reason I'm saying, if we cannot do that, we will not have a Kenya going forward. When Kithure Kindiki says he has been given an opportunity, has been given an opportunity to serve, it is a privilege and he will not let down. And you have seen him today giving a statement to the entire world. Hata nikasema akona kiherere sana. Amekuja leo amesema ati kila Mkenya sasa awajibike aanze kulipa ushuru. And that was the most demagogic, and that was the most backward, that was the most myopic, that was the most foolish thing I could have expected to listen from a person being sworn in today to say we start making arrangements to pay our KRA levies. I thank you for the time.
Thank you so much, The Hunter, for that. Your submission gets us to 9 p.m. East African time.
This is Home Run with PP.
Yes, we come to you weekdays, and of course, sai nafaa kuwa natoka kwa ofisi bana, nianze weekend. I'm going to Kambani huko hivi, mnitume maembe. My friend is graduating, so I have to go and celebrate his wins. But yeah, you're listening to Home Run with PP. We happen here each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. My name is MCP Peter. We are going to be meeting again next week. My YouTube channel is HRWP. I hope if you're here, you already subscribed to the channel. If you have not, the link is right there on top of the spaces. It's pinned. Just a Minute to Akili. If you listen to Just a Minute to Akili, it's our segment where we discuss law with law experts, that is lawyers. And if you're a lawyer who's looking to be on my show, you can always reach out to me and let's talk. And if you also have questions, which are legal questions, of course, you can send them to me and I will make a point to find a lawyer to answer them. So that's that. But I'm seeing we still have Western Shilaho in the building. I'm going to let Western talk to us and then we can call it a night if there is no more people ready to talk to us. And of course, there's a tip jar line for you to support the show if you like what we do. Western.
Hi, Pepita. How are you? Greetings to your listenership. Pepita, I do get concerned about the comments we make about the judiciary and stuff like that. You see, the court process is a zero-sum process. It's a zero-sum process, and that's why they usually ask litigants in cases or matters that could be resolved outside of the court. Can you go at home and reflect whether you can sit and resolve this matter out of court? Well, if you sit outside of court and there's a mediator, then you'll strive for a win-win situation, a win-win. But when you go to court and the matter is placed before a judge or a bench, there's no win-win there. One will win, the other will lose. That's how it goes. And it is in bad faith to cast aspersions on a judge or the bench because you have lost. For no other reason other than you lost. Because both of you can't win. Both as in terms of parties, you can't win. And that doesn't say courts are not influenced by ulterior motives. It doesn't mean judges are above reproach. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that if you go to a court of law to seek justice, how does justice look like? Justice does not mean that they will rule in your favor. That's not what justice looks like. Justice means that the process will be above board. That's what it means. So that even when it's ruled against you, you can vouch for the process. It was above board. And I'm afraid we don't focus on that. We go personal. They're called ad hominem accusations. Who is married to who did what? who took tea with who went to school with who, like those kind of things. Well, you can only raise such issues if the judges you have came from Vanuatu, a different country, or Sierra Leone. You hired judges from Sierra Leone, so you're asking now, come on, how come you went to school with this person? But even a judge from Sierra Leone is likely to have gone to school with a judge from Kenya. So these questions, some of the issues that were being raised in court the other day, they're bizarre. They're very bizarre. You who attended whose wedding? Like really? People do meet in social places. And it doesn't mean those interactions influence their professional life. You have to demonstrate that because you saw this person in somebody else's wedding, that influenced their judgment or ruling. Subsequently, you can demonstrate that. But if you can't, it's a campaign of malice and prejudice and calumny. And therefore, it works against the society when you disparage courts for no reason other than political reasons. It disparages the courts and the judiciary. That's what it does. So I'm not saying that these judges who ruled the 3-judge bench is above reproach. What I'm saying that it is in bad taste to launch a campaign of vilification simply because they ruled in one way or the other, simply because they ruled against somebody you thought deserved, to win a case. When in actual sense, they're convinced there was no basis to rule in favor of that person. So, Peter, I think that we should bear that in mind, that it's not the done thing to cast aspersions and throw mud at judges and the courts simply because the case didn't go my way, or it didn't go the way of the politician I admire or I like. Democracy is also about win and lose, especially when people go to vote. It's win and lose. That's why people have got referenda. There are issues they can't agree upon. So what does it mean? Some people in Britain want to remain in the European Union, others don't want. How do you resolve that? Put it to a referendum. And those who vote, we count the votes. Well, are we remaining in the EU or walking out? Well, Brexit, they have won. We're pulling out of the European Union. Even those who have wished to remain, you have to move out because that's what the vote says. You vote for a president, you have got your candidate, the other person has got their candidate. At the end of the day, one candidate wins. That is it. You rally behind the candidate who has won, like in Botswana, for those who are following news across the continent. They held elections yesterday or the other day. The ruling party that has been in power for 58 years has lost to a coalition of opposition parties. What did the immediate president do? Immediately held a press conference when there were signs that he stood no chance. His party stood no chance. He held a press conference, considered defeat, and instructed his supporters to rally behind the new government in the arduous task of nation building. Nothing like we're going to the courts, nothing like what mediators are going to State House to persuade him. No, the country is bigger. In Kenya, there comes a time, it's not that there comes a time when the country must always be bigger than everybody. This Professor George Saitoti is always quoted, and I find it bizarre. There's no such a thing that there comes a time when the country is bigger. The country must always be bigger than everybody else in that country, including the president. So your parochial, short-term, narrow interests should never supersede the interests of the country. You have lost elections, you concede defeat. Let the people rally behind the new government. Let them give the new government a chance. You are given a chance. Well, you've been audited through elections, you've been found wanting. You gracefully go home. That's democracy. But in our other jurisdictions, such as ours in Kenya, well, we'll be looking at the opposition candidate or whoever's lost. Some people will be telling not to concede defeat. Some people will be telling him to go to court. It can't be. It can't. To participate in an electoral contest without the option of losing is undemocratic. It's undemocratic. How do you know that you'll win if you haven't rigged the elections? You can't be so sure. Even in the US, Trump is not so sure. Kamala Harris is not so sure. It's until people go cast their ballots and the votes are counted, is when they will know, and the rest of the world, who will have won. But which kind of democracy is this where you participate in elections with just the option of winning? You just want to win. There are no two, just one option to win. That's not democracy. So it's the same thing. If you file a case before a court of law, unless you bribe the judge, it could go against you. You can appeal if you have got grounds to appeal, but you cannot launch a campaign of calumny against judicial officers. You even bring in their spouses and those kind of things. It's some low key kind of way of doing stuff. It's low key, and I don't think that is reminiscent of a civilized society. Civilized society, we differ, but we differ civilly. We differ civilly. We don't lose one another's respect because we have taken different divergent political choices. We don't insult one another. We shouldn't. In a civilized society, live and let live. You are the candidate. I had my candidate. Your candidate prevailed. My candidate prevailed. We shake hands. We continue with the arduous task of building the nation. That's what it is. So Kithure Kindiki is a Kenyan. I don't see why I should froth on the sides of them. He's a Kenyan. He's a Kenyan. It's not like they have hired somebody from I don't know where. He's a Kenyan. He's not from outer space. He's a Kenyan. And there are no positions that are set aside for any particular individual. There are no such a thing. So he takes all the position. Well, he's one of us. We wish him well. Why should we lose sleep? Why should we dissipate a lot of bile and anger? Who is he? Isn't he one of us? Even if I don't agree with him politically, isn't he one of us? Isn't he one of us? He is. He is. And there were grounds as to why his immediate predecessor was removed from office, unless we just choose not to, reconcile ourselves to that. There were grounds, valid grounds. In fact, let me put it to you. If it was in Rwanda and the immediate deputy president engaged in that kind of politics, he would go to jail. It's like he's in Kenya. We can afford to have a discussion here on space, social media, or what. In Rwanda, he would go to jail because they don't tolerate that kind of politics. Politics of balkanization, politics of instrumentalization of ethnicity and ethnic groups in Rwanda. Kagame has no room for that kind of nonsense. He will lock you up immediately. You'll go to jail. And his argument is very valid. That kind of politics has sunk that country, leading to over almost 1 million people being massacred, butchered in 100 days. He's not going to allow that. Why do we allow that kind of nonsense in this country when we know the history behind that? So, Pipita, the problem we have is that we are used to seeing ordinary people being punished and suffering. We think punishment and suffering and pain is reserved for ordinary people in Kenya. We find it difficult psychologically to make peace with the fact that powerful people can be brought down or can bring themselves down. In this case, we struggle to reconcile ourselves to that fact. That's why why should a member of parliament go to jail? Should not go to jail. Why should a cabinet minister go to jail? Should not go to jail. Why should a deputy president be fired? Should not be fired. They should make peace with the president. How many Kenyans have that privilege? How many Kenyans, you who have a court case, you can fail to appear in court and you send your attorney to court to tell the court that you are sick in hospital. How many Kenyans have that privilege? No, and the judges will listen to you. Where is your client? My client is in hospital. And they take your attorney's word. And they say, okay, it's fine. Let your client show up in court next time. This is the date for the next mention. How many Kenyans have that privilege? It's anomalous, completely anomalous. And we think it's normal. Like somebody, because by dint of the office they hold, they are above the kind of rules and regulation and laws that mere mortals in Kenya are subjected to. I mean, that's bizarre. Honestly, it's completely bizarre. Completely bizarre. A judge will ask for your medical records. Are you sick? But here we're saying medical records are confidential. They must be confidential across the board. They must be confidential across the board. So we decry a lot of the problems we face in the country, but Pipita, the problems we face is because we don't uphold the rule of law. And we think upholding the rule of law means you punish mere mortals and people without means. But so that the country we're talking about, its GDP per capita income is $7,735. That was in 2023. That's last year. Sub-Saharan Africa GDP per capita income is on average 4,800. In Kenya, we're something like 1,150, far, far lower than that. Why? You can see what the president did. You concede defeat. The guy who won has already been sworn in. The business of governing has started. We usually waste time, I don't know how many weeks in Kenya. It could even run into months just to resolve a presidential election. Yes, everything comes to a standstill. How are you going to govern? How will you govern with that kind of politics? You won't govern. How will you transform people's lives? You will not. It's not going to work. That kind of politics can only precipitate poverty, inequalities, violence, and animosity. The kind of stuff failed states are made of. And we cherish that. The Gachagua impeachment thing has also eaten a lot of time. Yeah, people are spellbound, following that proceedings. Can you count? In other places, people moved on long time ago. They have moved on because the country cannot be held to ransom by the president, by the deputy president, by whoever you are. You're not going to hold the country to ransom. But for some reason, we think certain individuals in Kenya can hold us to ransom. And we take it that it's in order. Why? Because they're powerful. Why? Because they command large followings. Goodness me. In other societies, people respect you because you've turned around their fortunes. You got into power when there was a lot of poverty. By the time you leave power, people can see, oh man, owing to the policies that this leader put in place, our fortunes have changed. We are now living in a better country. There are statistics about how many people have access to potable water, how many people have access to lights, literacy rates, schooling, those kind of things, income, money in pockets. But here, we don't bother with those things. You're just powerful because you command an ethnic constituency. My goodness, that politics is atavistic. It's barbaric, and we have to get out of it. And I'm afraid we are not. If we were saying that, post July protests, we were moving and there was some kind of paradigm shift, the Gachagua saga has just demonstrated there is none. There isn't. When push comes to shove, when push comes to what? Pipita, how do you put it? When push comes to shove. Yes, we dissolve into our, ethnic cocoons, and we start making complaints from there. It cannot be. It cannot be. And then we're looking forward to 2027 elections, Pipita, not because we want to look for good leaders, well, because we want to punish someone. We want to punish someone. Can you see how I can go to elections? I wake up in the morning, not because I'm looking for a good leader, but because I want to vote against. So the leader you get is not the leader you want, you desire, you support. The outcome is about the person who didn't make it. So it is the person who did not make it into office. That is the takeaway from the outcome of that election. Now, soon after, your challenges continue. It's poverty, there's no health care, there's no schooling, and then you start complaining what happened. But when you went to vote, you did not look for a leader. You looked for somebody you can vote for so as you punish the other person. So in essence, you vote against your interests unwittingly. You defeat yourself. You know, there cannot be a more profound defeat than when you defeat yourself. You have completely defeated yourself based on the choices you have made, the decisions you have made. You've completely obliterated yourself. That kind of defeat, you can't recover from it. You can't. And that's what we usually do during elections. And I'm afraid we're also waiting to do the same thing come 2027. So what kind of a country will we build out of that? What is it? It can't be. It will not be a country that will work for all of us. Will not be a country that we can bequeath posterity, because we borrowed from the generations to come, this country. So it would be. So this thing about mountain people are praying, what have you, the problems that are bedeviling this country cannot be reduced to ethnic considerations. They can't. Every other Kenyan desires a good life. Desires a good life. There's no Kenyan who wants to die young. There's no Kenyan who wants to have kids who have not gone to school. There's no Kenyan who wants to struggle. How am I going to put food on my table? There's no Kenyan who does not want good roads. There isn't. There's no Kenyan who doesn't want money in their pocket. So how do you reduce the problems that are bedeviling the society to ethnicity? That some people are praying, I don't know, on a mountain, and others are praying, I don't know where. So how unique are problems of people in Turkana from the people in Loitoktok or Kwale or Mandera? We all desire good things, a country that works for all of us, clean water, clean air, jobs. So what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? So you think that people who desire those things and others who don't? That is the problem that this immediate deputy president had, that you can reduce the problems that are clearly affecting all Kenyans across the spectrum, political spectrum, to tribalism. That's extremely reductive. That's extremely dangerous. That's extremely retrogressive. And the sooner you're processed out of circulation, the better for everybody. That is the point that is being made. So, Pipita, we will continue having this conversation, and we'll continue calling it as it is. Good governance cannot come out of a vacuum. That we don't care. We don't care who becomes president. We don't care who becomes deputy president. We don't care who becomes member of parliament, as long as there's good governance. No, good governance does not drop from heaven. It doesn't. Good governance is something that is worked upon. It is human beings who engender good governance. So you can't say, I don't care who becomes my member of parliament, but I need clean water. Well, you've got a thief for a member of parliament. How are you going to get clean water? Will he steal all the money that's meant for clean water? I don't care as long as there are bursaries. But no, but you have got a thief for a member of parliament. There will be no money for bursaries. He's going to steal all of it. No, I don't care who becomes my president. No, he's going to steal all the money. The economy is going to tank. So you can't say you don't care who leads, who governs, who occupies office, as long as there's good governance. No, good governance does not happen in a vacuum. It didn't happen in a vacuum in Botswana. It didn't happen in a vacuum in Singapore. It's not going to happen in a vacuum in Kenya. When you see countries that work, it's because it has had leaders who have made very tough decisions. They've been deliberate in the choices that they have made. And above all, they have centered people. In whatever decision they make, in this thing called development, they have always centered people in development. That's how society is transformed. But you can't say I don't care. Baba Yao will be your governor or your cabinet minister. How is that person going to engender good governance? No, we care, and we must care. The character, the kind of ethical anchorage, the commitment to the rule of law, the commitment to inclusive politics of these people who are seeking public office. We should care. If we don't care, then we turn around and say, no, there's no water. We turn around, no, the roads are not passable. We turn around, no, but the schools are not working. Well, you think there's no correlation, there's no connection, there's no link between awful politicians, awful representatives, and bad governance? There is. There's a one-on-one relationship between bad governance and bad people in elective positions. So we care. We should care. And we should borrow a leaf from the likes of Botswana. We should borrow a leaf. Small country, 2.5 million people. But, well, it's showing the rest of the continent what democracy means. To the likes of Nigeria, the likes of Kenya, the likes of South Africa, the likes of Ethiopia, and so many countries. It's showing the example. We can borrow from them. And when we get our politics right, as I've always said, we get everything right. We get our economy right. We get our education right. We get our agriculture right. We get our sports right. Everything falls in place. But if we don't get our politics right, forget about everything else. You will not get it right. You won't. Peter, that's my submission this evening. And as I say, it's one of those days that has given me joy because it's extremely difficult to fail a politician in Kenya. It's hard. It's almost impossible. It's difficult. You can count the number of politicians who have resigned in Kenya since 1963 to date. At the fingers of your hand, some will remain if you use them. You can count the number of politicians who have been successfully impeached. This is the first one, I reckon, as far as the position he's holding is concerned. The other ones are the likes of Waititu, Mike Sonko. They had fallen out with the powers that be. So it's something that I celebrate myself. Even if they made it for the wrong decisions, for the wrong reasons, the members of parliament, those who will come tomorrow, they'll deploy this process for the right reasons. So that's what gives me hope. So wrong people can make right decisions, but the next time we'll get right people making right decisions. That's what gives me hope. But not to make any decision at all, especially where there's wrong behavior, errant behavior, wrongdoing. It is to invite catastrophe, is to invite chaos, and we cannot afford to invite chaos. Thank you, Peter. Keep well. Have a fantastic evening.
Thank you so much for that, Western Shilaho, as well. I don't know if there is a speaker who wants to rebuttal before we call it a night. The Hunter?
Not really. I want to thank my brother Weston for being here for us, but I'm of the contrary opinion that there is nobody who cannot live his values and traditions. Let's be very sincere and very honest. Our values, our traditions are very key. We will not be Botswana, we will not be South Africa, we will not be America. We are Kenyans, and Kenyan is our business. And so, to all our brothers and sisters, I'm just saying how the process of impeachment took place is not a result of what Kenyans anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission. We call it a night here and a week. It has been a great week here kwenye Homeland with Pipi Mabibi na Mabwana. For those who have been supporting us through listening, I'd like to say I started the week with a cold. I couldn't even barely speak. So thank you so much for the speakers who stepped up during that period and helped run the show as well. I also want to say thank you to all the speakers and listeners who have been with me throughout the week. I also like to remind you that Home Run in PP is supported by you, the listener, and you can always help us keep the lights on the studio by supporting through the number 0721 9482229. That is through M-Pesa. Before watufikie, by the way, unajua ni kama wanakuja huko. Yes, so kama unapenda kazi yetu, of course hiyo kidogo yenye unaweka ndio tunachanga inafika, tunawekelea kwa rent, ndio tunawekelea kwa stima, internet, na of course pia mimi napata za cabbage. Yes, so I don't take it for granted hizo tips zenye mnaweka, so keep tipping the show whenever you can. And of course we are now on YouTube. Wewe kama ni mtu unapenda kuwatch long form content, I think you're gonna love my account. I have HRWP, that is our YouTube channel. Go check out our latest content, including interviews with Grace Olwande, Dennis, of course, Poet Willie Weber's journey is coming up at 500 subscribers. It is one of a kind. So thank you so much for being here with me and also supporting me through that YouTube journey as well. It is one of a kind. We still have a whole weekend before we get to next week. Remember, November is that square month. Hey, November nakunanga kupumua, and then we get to December and the year is done. What we will be taking stock of the year very soon. But now I see Big Boss is here with us. Ndugu Big Boss, nataka kusema maneno mawili matatu, then Nixon, and I'll call it a night. Big Boss.
Kuombeana tu uzima, kijaliwa ukiamka poa, ikienda vibaya ndo hivi. Ila wajua nakaa chini nafikiria, hapani ndipo najiuliza maswali. Hebu piga picha pale wameenda kuapishana, niite tu kuapishana. Usingeenda Mkenya wa haiba ya kawaida tu yoyote, wabaki tu wao na mawaziri wao na magari yao na masuti yao, hiyo taswira ndio kwa. Lakini alosema wajinga waliisha Kenya, kama anaweza patikana akatwe kichwa. Wajinga wajaisha Kenya, bado ni wengi sana. Wale kama kuna baadhi waliokuweko na wako humu, nikawa nimeenda kinyume, nimewaita wajinga, unisamee ni bure, kwa maana msamaha ukakuweko. Inatosha kwa leo ndugu yangu.
Aya, wanasemanga sijui asalano halan sijui nini nini hapo mwisho, but thank you so much for everybody who has tuned in.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan to everybody who has found time to talk to us during this town hall meeting of Home Run with Pipi. We call it a night and a week here. We'll be back here again on Monday at 4 p.m. Don't miss it. Yeah, as we get into November, may November be a better month than October. May you win, of course. May you pay chief, and of course in January you're gonna be paying 6% for pension, because we don't want you going to retirement without Kakiru. All that is happening in the light of our country getting a new first unelected deputy president. Yes, that is Abraham Kithure Kindiki, or what William Ruto, my brother, calls him, Abra K.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
You know, Riggy-G was wild, but Abra K, abracadabra. Okay, never mind, guys. I like my freedom, and I also want to spend this long weekend in the house without bugding. Wishing you all the best this weekend. Of course, kama kawaida tunavyosema, don't drink and drive, and of course, make sure you rest, and whenever you can, educate someone next to you. Have a great one. Mungu aendelee kuwabariki. Kai. Na baraka za Mungu ziendelee kuwafuata. That was a good one. Good night, guys. Have a great one. Bye.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with PP.
Nixon, I wanted Nixon to speak, but Nixon Amanda. Nixon, oh my God. Nixon, where are you? Ara?